Art box and stuff done. We're supposed to sign this. If you're gonna speak, yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. He's gotta be that user. Who's that? Mark Fox or something Fox? That is like Mark Fox. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, you should build on me or something. Yeah, so I'll tell him how where's he on the agenda. Second, a while. Okay. All right.
Give this and talk to them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Anderson. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Call to order the meeting of the Burnett County Land Use and Information Committee meeting for April 1st, 2025. Notice has been posted in accordance with Wisconsin statute 19.4 open meeting law. At this time, we will entertain public comments that anyone wishes to make that are not going to be covered in an agenda item coming up. We have some public hearings and we're going to have a public hearing on ordinance amendments. If you're here for those things, you'll get an opportunity to speak when they're, excuse me, little hay fever, when they're called. So does anyone have any public comments outside of the proposed public hearings we're holding today? Being none, I'll continue with the agenda. You can entertain a motion to approve the agenda order.
Motion to approve the agenda order.
Motion by Supervisor Marco Anderson, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
I
Opposed, none. On to the approval of the minutes of the March 4th, 2025 meeting.
motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Second by, motion by Supervisor Blomberg, seconded by Supervisor Szymanski. Further discussion, I want to discuss this a little because we put these minutes out as a preliminary draft. I received some comments and questions on some. I think there is a couple places where we maybe need to make an edit for clarification. But we are not going to change anything anyone testified to or spoke as part of the public hearing. That they said what they said. But we did the conditions in a kind of an open discussion. And I get it read back as accurately as you could. I think there's here and there might be a word missing or need clarification to say what we meant a little better. So do any of the committee members have anything they have wish to raise on minutes? So, okay, I'll start with with the comments I received. And page through the minutes to the decision on Camp Croy. And we have 19 conditions here. So, starting with number 9. Quiet hours, it was, question was raised as the language. And that, except for the last night of youth camp, which could go to 11. We all know that they don't bring the kids in June and pick them up in August. There's consecutive weeks of youth camp. And I think they meant, I think we clearly understood that that happened. And that the last week of youth camp means the week when the kids are gonna be picked up following morning. So I think we need an edit, and I would say edits will be in parentheses added from this meeting. The edit should be something like last week of each week of camp, the last week of each camp week type of thing. Everybody,
We could say the last night of weekly youth camp.
last night of each week of youth camp.
Last night of each youth camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all we need is that one word. in there.
Yeah, they said it was Friday.
Right.
I mean, we could even say Friday if we
So
want.
that, we all agree that is
Yep.
what we meant.
Yep.
That's what I.
Right there.
So it would be the last night of each youth camp?
Last night of each week would be.
Okay.
So we'll just modify it to put in the word each
Yes,
Mhm.
right before youth, okay? She's got that one documented.
Okay. Then condition 10 on major application devices, thought that might be hard to define what that is. And Jason and I discussed that a little bit. But I think we were trying to limit with like major amplified speakers, like, you know, what you'd have with a band type of thing, not somebody's cell phone or their radio or, you know, anything that normally would hear on anybody's yard on the lake, you know. So do we have an idea of how to modify that a little bit?
I think we wanted to add some language like something where it would not be typical of a standard residential lot. If we could add that. Not let's see. let me just get it. Speakers, amplification devices, and other megaphone usage must occur inside a closed door building and not outside. Except for those on a typical residential lot. Like you would have a person that might have speakers, you know, using their phone as a speaker to lay on the beach.
Chair, point of order here, I think. Are these actually things that were discussed at the meeting? Or are we trying to set
Yeah.
policy here?
no,
We covered this.
Okay.
very deep.
'Cause I mean, these are the minutes.
We spent,
Okay,
we spent hours.
okay. But this was said in the public meeting. We're approving minutes. We're not setting the policy.
We're not setting the policy, we're just clarifying. This
Okay.
is for, every one of these is to clarify what we've meant.
Okay.
Because we understand we don't want to dispute over what we said.
Right.
And just as an aside, when we did the comprehensive plan, we moved remember, you were at some
Yeah.
regional planning, had a program to put it up on the screen and run it. And if we run into this again, I think we want to look into doing it that way.
Yeah, I just want to make sure if we're approving minutes, and we're making changes to minutes, it's actually said in the meeting.
We're making changes to minutes only in the context of clarification. Not changing any standards or what we hold.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying, though?
Yes,
Okay,
that's why I'm asking for consensus before we proceed. If somebody thinks we didn't say that, we want to. And I think we all know how much time we spent trying to pound out these 19 conditions, right? So I think what we mean, I think Jason's language is reasonable, parentheses. Edit, what we meant was, our intent was to keep the level of noise similar to any other residential. Okay.
So how about your points? Item 10, you're going to read them.
I think that would be right after the word outside, we'd have parentheses. We would have except, what did you got there?
Except for those on a residential lot.
Except for what would typically be used on a residential lot. Yes, would typically be used on a residential lot.
Same rules for everyone.
Yes.
Okay. That's the trickiest one. Condition 13, we talked a lot about this group of operating victims. And our intent was to say, you can bring it to, and park it in the parking lot. But you cannot use it in camp, but we didn't say that exactly. in our condition. So I think we need to substitute, the word allowed should be used or operated instead. So after strike out allowed and put parentheses used or operated on the camp. Because
Yeah.
I remember Supervisor Anderson tried to wordsmith that. I missed it somehow.
Yeah, I think if we just change allowed to operated.
But you didn't want them to say, well, you can't park here.
You can't bring it with you, but you can. The point
Yeah.
is, the camp doesn't allow it except for the camp's sole use for
Yep.
maintenance and
Right.
whatnot. And make that clear, that you can bring it with you, but you're gonna go somewhere else to operate, not within the camp boundaries. And that was already a camp policy. Let's see. Condition 14 was raised about new construction, and I don't think we're changing that one because that is specific to this conditional use permit. We're, my rationale to not want to change that is that we allow the shuffling and relocation of the bunkhouses to accommodate the site for the new building. And we're not doing that as a change of use of the camp. But if can't quit, somebody wants to improve those structures, they would need a new permit. We didn't prohibit them from asking for a new permit, but we're clarifying that this does not involve any improvements beyond relocating those bunkhouses. That's what we said, and I think we're sticking to that.
Yep.
And then condition 15 was a question of immediately handle any issues. I think immediately 24 hours a day is a really hard thing to say you can immediately handle. Respond to or something of that nature would be more reasonable. Somebody has to answer the phone or accept an email, but not necessarily at 2 a.m.
Substitute reasonably for immediately. Reasonably handle issues.
I think respond to.
Respond to.
But not immediately. A little bit burdensome and possibly to accomplish for anything.
So remove immediately handle, replace it with respond to.
Something like that. That's why I want to make sure we review something like
Yeah, I agree immediately first wrong.
we don't want an unenforceable condition. In my view, so we, how can we ever enforce? How would we really want? We want them to be responsive, but not necessarily in any possible scenario.
Yeah, so I think we have it as strike the word immediately handle and we have it respond to. So it's and responsible for premises to respond to any issues that arise.
And the last one, that is number 16, was camp's current ownership. And we basically said congregation, and that we should have clarified what congregation we're talking about. Camp Croy is owned by Wells, W-E-L-S, Lutheran Synod. And the point is that we should just insert the parentheses Wells in front of congregation, because that's who is the ownership. Correct. And that's who the membership that's allowed to operate the camp, or lease it, or whatever is within that. And we talked about that, we didn't do, that was mentioned in the meeting time and time again. We just didn't put it in.
Yeah, I never heard the name of the group during the meeting.
Well, it was mentioned, I'm sure.
Their congregation.
Congregation and fellowship of the congregation and all that, but Wells is who's official,
That's the whole conglomerate of many congregations.
yes.
So it's insert that, name of that in front of
And
their
that's
congregation.
clarifying,
and then-
who owns and operates and is eligible, yeah, that's clear. It's no ambiguity about that. Was there anything else
So how do you want that to read then?
It's just gonna have, it's just gonna say only members of the Wells congregation. It'll just have the word Wells.
Not congregation. Is there any other discussion about these weeks? These are edits. For clarity. That's a good idea. Anyone have any issues with any of them, or if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I so moved.
Motion by Supervisor Chuck Anderson.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Chemins. Further discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None?
Aye.
Okay. Well, Supervisor. Sorry, Duke.
I just feel that we put words in there that weren't stated in the meeting.
Well, it's with. Normally, we don't have that much burden, you know, but here I felt that if we left some of these conditions without clarity, we don't need to.
And-
conflict.
It was approved, very good. It's just that these are minutes, not policy.
Right.
I agree, but I don't think we did change policy.
Okay.
Just whatever it's. Okay. Moving on now. Let me tidy that up. And by the way, just as an aside, we learned a little bit of a lesson. We've always been a little concerned about when we create conditions orally at a meeting. And this many, and as many as we went through, and the burden of trying to sort out what we said, including me getting too far to the mic so people can't hear me. I think we gotta look at that. You know, this, we sort of did what some counties do, which is not even make their final decision until the next month. We don't want to burden people with having to wait that long, but at the same time, this could have been led to controversy or even litigation if we didn't clear it up.
I totally agree with that, but that clarification should have came at the meeting, so it could be at the minutes, but I'm good, I understand.
Well, but it's, yeah, we're sweeping up after ourselves,
Sure.
right? So anyway, okay, on to the next. Minutes have been approved, so we're now moving to this decision on variance number 2501. We postponed the decision on this until we had some guidance from council because of some concern as to whether we would run afoul of state law versus county ordinance on this land. So we'll proceed where we left off. We had a motion to deny. Seconded, so then we had took a motion to postpone it for clarity. So I think we'll discuss the guidance and see where we sit or what we think about this at this point. Go ahead. Anderson.
My thoughts on the clarification from corporate counsel. There was definitely some clarification, but in her last paragraph, to me, it states, if the committee believes that the applicant has satisfied the 3 criteria for a variance, and that the criteria for a variance needs to be satisfied. And I'm still not convinced all 3 criteria have been satisfied. Just, I feel like we're giving training and we're giving tools to look at each of these variances. And by using the training and the tools that we have, it takes some of our personal bias out of these decisions. And so I'd like to rely on and defer to the tools that were given.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I guess I would like to, I think differently. I'm not, it all depends on how you read some of these things, but I believe all 3 were met. I think this is a really unique situation. The area variance isn't gonna change because it's gonna stay residential. But this person bought this property and nobody knew this house was on the property line. And so they bought it with the intent to divide it and didn't find out until afterwards. To me, that does create unnecessary hardship. Dividing the properties does not make this situation unique. After touring the property, there are many, many properties on that lake that are only 100-foot shoreline. So I think this fits well within the boundaries of that area. And then what is the third one? And that kind of goes in line with no harm to the public. So it's not like this is gonna be very, if you're driving around the lake, you're not gonna look at this property and say, well, that's totally different than everybody else. It's gonna look extremely similar to everybody else. The other thing is there's quite a slope down to the lake shore is full of trees. I don't even know if you can see the homes from the lake, but it doesn't look like it, especially in the summertime. So you're not gonna notice, I don't think anybody will even notice that this property had been divided. Given the fact that they assumed this could be divided before they went into it, and I believe, I don't know, but I believe somebody told them it could. That probably shouldn't have been giving them that advice.
I think what happened was they were told they couldn't seek a variance.
Yes.
But that wasn't a promise it would be approved.
Right, right,
The one thing you left out, but I think it's pertinent, is that this was inadvertent. You know that from looking at the 94 permit. and
Yes.
For the rules that changed. And they didn't intentionally combine it. If they had knowingly done it, it would be a different argument.
right.
And then the other element here and what we were wanting to check out. And we really didn't, this is a little bit odd, but I was around long enough to know how this all worked out. And back in the day, when you had 50-foot lots, they were required to be combined. If you had 3 50-foot lots in a row, you couldn't sell them individually after the state standard became 100 feet. You had to combine them. And so, but if you had never built on it, after Act 55 of 2013, those lots became individually buildable, even if they were less than. So that was a change. But this combines language, even if it was inadvertent, and even if they removed the structure, it couldn't go back. That was what the legislature did. That's where we went into the question, because these lots do meet the standards of when they were created. And back when we we deliberately, much bigger than other counties, deliberately that those existing lots legally created remained individually zoned. Right? So if the house was never built, or the person owned the 2 vacant lots, they were still individually building all the time, even after they changed on it. So that's what makes this tough, because the state law and the guidance that we have, Supervisor Anderson correctly pointed out, says you can't, because that's the way the law reads. But it is a rather unique situation. So that part's true too. My take, see, I didn't take a side, but that's my take on it. Supervisor Anderson? Supervisor William? Thoughts?
I agree with Randy.
I as well agree with Randy, yeah.
So you're saying that we would run afoul of state law?
No.
Not so much this, oh, okay.
Probably not. I think that might take. Don't you think?
State law, I'm not gonna speak to, because I'm not sure where the correct, the application as it's shown on page like 13, 14, where it talks about, that the 3, criteria for a variance that must be met. It's stated pretty clearly, what those criteria are, and as I read it, courts have determined, what does and doesn't qualify, and this one doesn't qualify. But there's these subtleties, and I do want to speak to one thing as far as, not that I think it's necessarily going to be harmful or a burden to the neighbors, certainly not based on appearance. But I think the burden talks more, to me, would be more the cumulative effect of continually making smaller lots and creating more houses on waterways. It's not so much visibility or it looks too crowded. It's more, we're putting more housing, more density, burdening the lakes and the waterways. So to me, the burdensome and, harm, to someone else, that's maybe an iffy. I'm still struggling with whether or not it meets the criteria of the unnecessary hard, well, as I read it, it doesn't.
To clarify, dividing these lots would meet the criteria of the state, not the county.
Correct.
Right, the county rules are stricter than what the state is. You guys are creating the situation that.
Right.
That's not beneficial to the property owner.
Well, I can say we didn't exactly create it because the state is the one who put that language about. Once it's glued together, it's permanently glued together, but that's why we have a variance process. That we would have to, deal with. I mean, I'd be a little concerned. We had legitimate reasons for making lots bigger, I think in the northern counties, not just Burnett. But at the same time, we kind of told people if you have existing lots, it's still okay. And then suddenly we find out this house is on the wrong side of the line, not on purpose, right? That, to my mind, is the one thing that has going for it. And I'd like us to not, imperil our decision to be more strict for the benefit of the resources either, So that, in this case, I could see granting.
Yeah, because the square footage on the whole thing is still enough square footage for 2 lots.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been before, but when they were created, they were bigger than minimum. Still would be bigger than minimum. So, but I'm not trying to disparage Supervisor Anderson's argument. She's right. We have to determine that there's enough hardship to go contrary to that. If we think that's the case, then we do it and take our chances, right? I don't see anybody appealing that way, but could be. I could see it being appealed the other way. So either way. But we do need to, I think, continue with the motion we have and vote on that motion. I second it. I'm not going to withdraw it. So I'll take a roll call vote on the motion.
You restate the motion, please.
The motion was to deny. I don't have it in front of me verbatim. The motion was to not deny the variance. I seconded it for discussion.
So the motion is to deny.
The motion is to deny.
So a yes vote means we deny.
Right. No vote means we're denying the motion. Roll call vote. Supervisor Cooper,
No.
Supervisor Munger,
No,
Supervisor Szymanski,
No.
Supervisor Wander,
No,
Supervisor Chuck Evans,
No.
Supervisor Karen Evans,
Yes.
Supervisor Kyle. Yes. Motion's denied. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve variance 2501.
I'll second that.
Who got to do it?
Yeah, he was first.
Motion by Supervisor Szymanski to grant the variance, seconded by Supervisor Moyer. Any further discussion of that? Hearing none, roll call vote. Supervisor Tucker,
Yes.
Supervisor Moyer,
Yes.
Supervisor Szymanski,
Yes.
Supervisor Blumber,
yeah,
Supervisor Chuck Evans,
Yes.
Supervisor Mary Walker Anderson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Conover, yes. So we have approved their request to reconfigure the line. Now, through the public hearing. Jason, do you want to read the public hearing?
Notice of public hearing, State of Wisconsin, County of Burnett, Tuesday, April 1st, 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Burnett County Government Center in room 165, Town of Menan, Siren, Wisconsin, regarding the following. Burnett County Land Use Shoreline Protection Ordinances. Number 1, map amendment, MAP 2502 steel. to rezone the south half of the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter, section 20, town 39 north, range 15 west, located in the town of Sand Lake, from A2 agricultural residential to RR3 residential recreation zoning district. Zoning change requested by Tom Steele. Number 2, conditional use permit CUP 2505 Fox. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Sand Lake, Burnett County, Wisconsin, that Carrie and Mark Fox have made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to expand the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center located at 24938 Viola Lake Road on Viola Lake in the RR1 zoning district, lots 7 and 8 CSM, volume 12, page 40, and government lot 13, section 31, town 39 north, range 15 west. Number 3, conditional use permit CUP 2506 Burnett County Forest. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Roosevelt, Burnett County, Wisconsin, that Susan Tolander on behalf of the Burnett County Forest has made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to develop 5 primitive campsites on the parcel with address 1788 Boyd Lane in the F1 zoning district. 1 campsite located in the northwest quarter of section 25. 1 campsite located in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of section 25. 1 campsite located in the northeast quarter of section 26. 1 campsite located in the west half of the northeast quarter of section 36. And 1 campsite located in the west half of the southeast quarter of section 36, town 37 north, range 14 west. Number 4, text amendment TXT 2501 Burnett County Land Use Ordinance, Chapter 30, various items in Articles 1 and 2. Public notice hereby given to all persons in Burnett County, Wisconsin, that the Land Use and Information Committee is proposing to amend the Burnett County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30, various items in Articles 1 and 2.
Okay, so first on our agenda is to rezone that number 25, which is you. Want to step forward?
Yep.
Note your name for the record.
Steele.
Steele, and explain to us pretty basic.
We have a 20-acre lot. We have 100, well, close to 120. We have a 20-acre lot. And I think it's zoned so I can do 2 10-acre lots right now. And I just want to do 4 5-acre lots. Okay. Just in case I got 3 kids, have them have 3 of them, you know, I'm gonna have them have the whole property, you know, when I pass, but the road goes in there, Peterson Road. They can just make a road in there if they want to build a cabin or whatever. Okay, eventually. The first would be 5 that I want to change it to is we have a little cabin there now. And I want to keep it. But just in case I need more money in retirement, I could sell, you know, 5-acre with that cabin. That's pretty much it.
Basic. The proposal will be by certified survey, of course.
Yep.
Okay. Any further questions for the committee? I think what I'm gonna open the public hearing.
Okay.
And if we need to, we'll call you back up.
Okay. Yep.
If any kind here wishes to speak for this application and public hearing? Hearing no one. We will close public hearing and open it for committee discussion. Any?
Have we heard anything from the town?
Yeah,
You have, yes, there is an email in the packet from the town. They kind of were neutral on it, I guess, but they basically said they would allow it to go down to 2.5 acre lots. So yeah, they didn't really have a concern. They just remained neutral. So,
I thought they liked it better at five.
yeah, yeah.
And that's better, that's equitable for the people. Yeah, the town is not a comprehensive zoning, but it's a shoreline matter that we have final authority, but they're not supportive of final. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the rezone request map 2502 steel from A2 to RR3 and send it on to the full county board to make the final decision on.
Second,
I'll second that.
second, and Supervisor Anderson. Motion by Supervisor Blomberg, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. To forward the request of a recommendation of approval to county board. I would, if it's further discussion, add that this is consistent with the town's language of the towns. That odd, they have a plan, but don't have some, which is. Anyway. We'll do a roll call vote. Supervisor Tucker?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a couple of considerations, but we don't have them for the next.
Oh, and the staff recommendations?
Yeah,
I
so they don't know if there's indoor plumbing or not, and if there's.
oh, in the cabin, yes, okay. Sorry. I haven't thumbed that far forward yet.
So the two items that I had written down would be number one, follow all local county state federal requirements for this activity. Number two, if indoor plumbing exists, then a septic system evaluation form needs to be submitted to the county by 7/1/2025.
Right, good. Good catch.
Mhm.
Is there anything we can add those two to the motion?
That would be fine to include that as part of the motion.
I don't think we want to amend it or just go with it. Why don't you offer that as an amendment? Right?
I will offer it as an amendment. The two staff recommendations be included as part of that motion.
Second. Second by Supervisor Anderson. All in favor of the amendment to the motion? Aye.
I,
Opposed? None? Okay, now roll call vote on the motion as amended. Supervisor Tucker,
yes.
Supervisor Willard,
Yes.
Supervisor Lumber,
Yes.
Supervisor Tucker.
Yes.
Supervisor
unmute yourself.
Yes.
Supervisor Conroy, yes.
Supervisor Smansky is a yes too.
Motion's carried to forward to county board. What do we have going on?
Online.
Mute.
Okay, good. All right. Next is a conditional use permit 2505 for Fox to expand the current wildlife rehabilitation center.
That, and I just want to let you know, you don't have to stay for the meeting if you don't want to. I will go to county board on your behalf, so you don't have to attend to that, but then we'll send you a letter afterwards. Tell me what. Thank you very much. Yep. Thanks.
Okay. So, come forward. Explain.
Here on.
Oh, you're, I'm sorry, okay, you're remote. So could you run that by what you had planned to do for us here?
Are they talking to us?
Carrie, can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so sorry about that. So
Now
I'm,
we're,
okay, so my wife Kari is in, and I'm husband Mark here. So I'm gonna talk to you. We have a rehabilitation clinic for wildlife. And we've had a conditional use permit for the past 4 years to do that through your land use committee. And we've, at the time, we just built temporary cages and used animals or kept them indoors. But now we're at a situation where we want to have larger animals. So we're qualified for squirrels, rabbits, turtles, and songbirds. And we'd like to do some larger water birds such as ducks, geese, swans, loons, and great blue herons. We normally get about 100 animals per year, and the past couple of years we've had 2 or 3 of these larger birds. To get qualified to take care of them, we need DNR approval as well as Fish, Game, and Wildlife on the federal level. And to do that, there are protocols that we have to submit. My wife Kari, who is a veterinarian and a certified wildlife rehabilitator, has to have at least 100 hours experience in taking care of these animals, which she does. And the final requirement is that we have to build a building that's a cage that's large enough to house these. And the minimum requirement from the state and federal is 12 by 24 by 10 feet high. And so we are making a proposal to build a carport frame, which is 14 by 24.5 by 10 feet, and then using wire material around the edges to form a cage for these larger animals. Over the past few years, we've had 2 or 3 of these larger animals, which we can take in because Kari is a veterinarian, but we can only keep them for several days. And as a result of that, then we have, unless we're licensed, we have to find another rehabilitation center to take care of them. And we think that we can take care of them ourselves because we have the training. We just need to have the building. So that's what, we're requesting today is the approval to build that building.
Any questions by committee further? I have one. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You have quite a large number of animals pass through, but they're not all there at once, I'm assuming.
That is correct. This is over about a 4-month season and a 4 to 6 month season. And so we may have, 10 squirrels, 2 rabbits, 3 birds, and then they're there for 4 weeks and then you're getting new ones. So we get busiest in the spring when there's newborns that are orphaned, when someone cuts a tree down and some squirrels, show up. And then during the summertime, when it's busy tourism season, we'll get more injuries. A turtle gets run over by a car, or someone finds an injured loon that, hit by a propeller by a boat or something like that. So again, we will probably never have more than about 25 at one time, but over the course of that 4 to 6 months, we'll get up to 100.
How many on the newer, larger waterfowl type birds would you think you'd have at a time?
Probably never more than 1. I mean, they're pretty rare for that to happen. Last year, we only had, 2 for the whole season. And the season before that, I think we had 2, a loon and a great blue heron the season before that. So we've never more than 1 or 2 at a time. And for the entire season, we've never had more than 2 or 3. So I put in the proposal that we may have up to 10, but again, that's just to hit it at the long side. We anticipate many fewer than that.
Yeah, I get that. I think that's important to understand that it's not a zoo, that they're there all the time, and it's
right
in and out and kind of just in case type of thing.
Right.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions by the committee? Okay, with that, we may call you back if we need to address some things after the public hearing. But for now, we're going to take you off and open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we have some people online for the public hearing as well? No, okay. So who's anyone here to come forward to speak to this? Okay, then say your name and we won't start your 3 minutes until you're all ready.
Oh, well. Those are just photos of what I will do this. Hope you two get along. I'm Lois Wilkinson. I live at 24942 Viola Lake Road. I oppose CUP 2505 Fox to expand the original CUP from January of 21. Per their original CUP, their hope was to build this on their farmland. They said due to COVID, unable to find someone to build for us. Now they found someone to build. It should be built on their farmland to make their hope a reality. They are at the farm many hours every day. Their original CUP proposed no new buildings or changes to their property. This new expansion CUP will place a very large structure 20 to 30 feet from our property on the side where we live every day. This structure will be the furthest it could be from their home, yet right by ours. This is where we grill, enjoy our deck, screened-in porch, go down to the lake, have our bedrooms, do all activities in our backyard. Per the DNR website, animals must be kept separated from human living quarters and activities. Disturbance of animals is minimized to reduce stress. Enclosures have visual barriers to restrict wildlife view of humans and other species to reduce inappropriate imprinting, socialization, or stress. The DNR has only approved the size of this structure, not the location. The old CUP, none of the species we care for typically make a lot of noise. Do you know what it was like at 6 a.m. to hear? Having pissed crows wake you up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday is not pleasant. These crows were on their deck further away from us than they were where this new structure will be. These new birds can get very loud when caged. What about at 1 a.m. when a predator is lurking? And yes, this will bring more foxes, coyotes, and bears to our yard as they are searching for this caged food. I take my dog out before bed. Now I have to worry about more predators. What if they get a wing or bill caught on the cage at 1 a.m.? Or both Mark and Kari leave for a few hours and this happens. We have to listen to screeching birds for how long? You can say this would never happen, but no one can guarantee that it will not happen, no matter how safe the cage is. They're old cup. No animals will be released at our home. As you can see from the photos, yes, they were. You can see the original cup was not adhered to. How can you expand on a cup that was not adhered to originally? It's great for people to do things on their property, but when it disrupts someone else's enjoyment of their property or disrupts their sleep, this is a problem. Bird flu was confirmed in Burnett County in December. Feces carried to my yard by wildlife could put me and my pets in danger. Ducks hoot and bark to attract attention to a potential threat. Raising ducks can be noisy and it might get you into a little bit of trouble with the neighbors. A study revealed that geese's loud honks can reach up to 100 decibels, comparable to the sound of a chainsaw. In summary, geese are indeed loud, especially when responding to threats. When swans spot a predator, their sound is a loud honking or trumpeting sound. This is a loud call alerting to the presence of a predator. One of the loudest and most recognizable blue heron calls is the alarm call. This is a harsh barking sound that carries well over a distance. Alarm calling often occurs when they spot a predator or startled by human disturbance. This type of rehabilitation belongs on an acreage, their farm, which per their original cup was their intended hope. You have the power to make their hope a reality. I had to wait and retire at 70 so I could permanently move here. I should be able to enjoy my retirement peacefully.
Is there anyone else here to speak to this one? Come forward and identify yourself and go ahead.
I'm Jeff Wilkinson, her husband, live next door. So I'm not as prepared as her, but there has been release of animals on their property. Accidental release, but that's still the same as release. We've witnessed a couple of times when rabbits got free because they transport them from inside the building to outside during the day. And at night, they take them back in. And when they're making this transport, they're not very secure and they've escaped. And there's been searches in the neighborhood for animals that got unintentionally released. They also put up a squirrel house on a tree because some squirrels that they had were too tame and they were concerned about releasing them into the wild. The birds in the pictures that my wife provided arrived in the morning when we were having breakfast with relatives. We had no knowledge of them and they'd land on people and our table and started eating food off of our plates. This does not sound like wildlife rehabilitation in this case because they're being done in a residence. Expanding on what they currently have, I think provides a burden to the neighborhood and also to the lake. It says in the original cup that all the feces and so forth will be picked up. I'm not aware of bird feces being able to be picked up. When it hits my windshield, it is not in a form that could be picked up. That's all I have.
Anyone else to speak to this request? Okay. Hearing none, then I'll close the public hearing and bring it to the committee for discussion.
You also have an email that it was sent to you guys late yesterday. From a Lee and Sandy Bolduc. They have concerns too about bird flu.
That one's not in the packet.
No, it's not in their packet because it came in yesterday at
I
4:10 p.m.
did see that, but I didn't
Yeah.
remember. It wasn't. in
They
the
have
packet.
concerns about water runoff, slopes of the lake. They would hope they would reconsider locating the facility at nearby the farm that they currently own rather than our residential community.
I do have, I'm aware of that one too. Everybody else find it, read it? Oh, okay, committee discussion? Thoughts?
Did we hear anything from the town on this one?
Nothing from the township.
This is also in Sand Lake, I think.
Correct.
Thoughts, Duke?
Sounds like they should be doing it in a different area. Pretty noble cause and all that, but it's kind of like not having roosters next door and nuisances, so I wouldn't be in favor of it. I don't have any questions otherwise.
You know, how far is their farm only if they got a nearby farm?
That's.
Yeah, that I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I can tell you here, if you give me a second. So as a crow flies, no pun intended, about a half mile to their farm.
Property rights are great, but we gotta protect people's ability to live on their property too without having them being hindered, so.
Supervisor Shemenski.
I think the noise is an issue, although as we've learned from other situations, there are no noise ordinances. And these animals could be sitting on a lake making the same noise. I'm more concerned about the safety issue. If there is an issue with safety around bird flu, it seems like moving it to the farm would be a better location.
Supervisor Anderson.
I'm not so concerned about the noises I am. Looking at these pictures, I'm not sure I'd like a little bird coming over and helping me with my scrambled eggs.
It was cute.
He's gotta eat too.
Yeah. So
Hey, food is too expensive to be feeding him.
it might be not be in the best location. It might be best for them, especially if they're using waterfall or things like that. But it doesn't seem that much of a hardship to travel another half a mile to where it would not be. You know, area with a lot of people.
Supervisor Anderson.
Essentially, the question is if they're gonna be allowed to expand, so they would be able to continue the operations as they are now. It's just the question of whether or not they're allowed to expand at their current location.
Correct.
I don't have any other further questions.
Supervisor Bunker.
Yeah, I'm in accord with the previous comments.
Keep in mind, it's a conditional use, so, well, I don't think it's rises to the level of some of the issues we've faced in the past. We need to follow the rules of Act 67. We need substantial evidence to make a decision either way.
It's true.
It isn't just a thumbs up, thumbs down sort of thing.
It isn't that they're starting a new,
No,
they just want a little expansion, so.
right. And the volume of the expansion volume of number of animals is pretty small.
Yeah.
In reality, and they're not permanently there. So for that reason, I don't know that it has a real change of impact over what it does now. But if we find some reasons to say no, we could legitimately do that. At the same time, they're gonna be confined. Obviously, the big animals are not the same as the songbirds and the squirrels, but that's an issue with them not becoming tame too. I get that.
Well, how do we determine or get more data on the possibility of increased safety concerns regarding bird flu with bigger birds?
Depends on the birds. Some are more vulnerable than others, from what I understand. Like corvidae, blue jays, crows, that they're pretty highly susceptible. Waterfowl, somewhat too, but not maybe as much. But there have been some big bird flu outbreaks that have killed wild birds. I know that. So, An interesting question would be if someone brings a sick bird and it turns out the reason the bird is sick is it has bird flu. You know, which DNR would want to know, of course, but does that expose people to that? That's a legitimate question. And Supervisor.
Supervisor Lockwood Anderson raised a great point. I mean, we are here for a CUP to expand wildlife rehabilitation center. We already have problems. Whether it be bird flu, whether it be bird poop on things or animals that are being made somewhat tame and entertaining themselves on the neighbor's deck. I mean, we already having problems. We're not stopping what the current folks are doing with rehabilitation, but it sounds like it'd be a big mistake to expand on it. We already have problems, so. That's my comments.
The comment I have is if the number of animals that they have as far as birds seems to be fewer than a lot of people that we grant permits for chickens. So are we going to start denying, all the chicken permits because of potential bird flu issues? I just want to be careful how we navigate this.
This is an actual rehabilitation center, but we do have rooster rules as well being proposed, so.
And we're gonna require chickens to be confined to your own property. They aren't gonna fly over the fence unless you get banties maybe, right? But for the most part, they're gonna be easier to manage than wildlife that supposed to be wild, supposed to leave.
And if I understand correctly, they're bringing these birds in, it's just a matter of how long can they care for them.
True.
So you're not preventing these birds from the bigger birds from coming in. You're preventing them from staying there for a longer period of time.
Yeah,
It sounds like, yeah, they're allowed to have them for a couple days, it sounds like, but then they have to transfer them to a facility
Right.
that's licensed for that activity.
So denying the cup doesn't mean they don't come there. It just means they don't get to stay there.
basically, they're holding and transferred as well as to rehabilitated on site. That's the difference.
This building would make it safer for them to hold them.
Well, it requires, there are minimum standards for where they're confined, but the bigger birds need more room. Obviously, you don't want them, once they recover, they need to be able to fly and swim and leave, and so that, I think, is, the issue is there wouldn't be very many of them here ever, but there would be some. And they would be there longer than they are. That would be the main difference. So I'd like to ask the applicants a question regarding this, is if at some point they are still gonna move this to their farm down the road. So,
Well, we had originally planned to do that, but at this point, the problem with moving it to the farm, which, yeah, sounds like a great idea to the neighbors, is it's just all about predators. Again, it was mentioned that, you got the coyotes and the foxes and bears and things. And so you have to have a cage that's predator proof. And to do that, you have to put heavy gauge wire mesh, around the edges, on below the ground, so things can't dig to get into it. And then you also have to put up a fence. I mean, to really secure it. So if we're not going to be there 24/7 to watch this facility, you have to put a lot of time and effort and expense into building something like that. Whereas if it's on our property, for the few animals that may be there, our dog is there, we're there. The likelihood of predators coming through is pretty low, even though someone, said that it was, they're there all the time and it's going to attract them. We have foxes that come through our place all the time. Is a animal in a cage going to attract that more? Maybe it will. I don't know. But again, most of these animals that come in, if we had a sick animal that came in, it's going to be inside. The only time they would ever be outside is if they got healthy enough to be rehabilitated in the outdoor cage. There was some discussion about avian influenza. I mean, all waterfowl, I would say the majority of waterfowl has avian influenza. They carry it. They are carriers. And it's passed by saliva and feces. Those birds are pooping in Lake Viola Lake every single day. If they poop in our cage, if they poop at our home, we cover it up and then we spray it with bleach to deactivate it, and then we wash it down where it's further diluted. But we pick it up first and then whatever's left. So again, the concern about avian influenza for a few birds is not like a poultry farm or a cattle farm or something like that. So the risk to humans and to pets is only if you touch the feces or the saliva, which the neighbors aren't going to be in our cage touching our animals. They will not be. We don't, it's not a zoo. We don't let people come over to our property and see the pretty little great blue heron. So.
Oh.
Yeah, you can talk.
It kind of went out of my head here, but on the avian influenza, it is a big concern. And I know quite a bit about it because I got updates on it being a veterinarian. And at this point in time, the DNR, the Wisconsin DNR, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, who I have to get permits for before I can do this, they have no restrictions on rehabilitators taking in waterfowl that are, they know they're carriers of the disease. Now, where avian influenza is getting scary is it's starting to show up in dairy cows. And it's been happening around the United States. And I get updates every other week from the state of Wisconsin, and they're monitoring the status of in dairy cows. And what the concern is there is people are starting to get avian influenza that work with these dairies. And so it's jumping from mammal to mammal. But at this point, there is no concern that it's jumping from wild birds, or there's very low concern that it's jumping from wild birds to people. Now, saying that, if I take in these animals, some of them are going to be carrying, avian influenza. But the pathogenesis of the disease is usually, if they're showing clinical signs from it, they're going to die within a day or two. So they aren't going to make it to that outdoor cage. Now, I suppose you could have one that might be injured as a carrier, and it might survive its injury, and then it would make it to the outdoor cage. But you have a cleaning protocol that is recommended, and that's what you follow. And the virus it survives in feces, but once you're cleaning up, it doesn't last very long in the environment like other viruses or other spores from fungus like anthrax or something like that. So there is a worry there, but I don't think it's going to spread to our neighbors. I certainly don't want to get avian influenza or give it to my dog or my husband. And when it becomes a problem in rehabbers, the Wisconsin state and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife are going to prohibit it. And when COVID came about, you could not rehabilitate muskrats or otters or bobcats or any of that, because they didn't want COVID coming from people and decimating the wildlife population and then having it come back to people again. So there's tons of surveillance going on in avian influenza. And I called up the DNR specialist this morning to say, is there anything coming down the pike? Because there's a roundtable tomorrow with Wisconsin wildlife rehabbers and the DNR to talk about avian influenza and how you prevent, how you handle it in your facility. So that's one thing I've got to say there. I mean, that's what I've got to say about that. So, and then can I just address one more thing on the bunnies? The bunnies,
Go ahead.
the bunnies that we have corrected that problem. We had bunnies with a 3-foot wall. We made it a 4-foot wall, and they go outside before they are released, so we can condition them to release them in the wild. So we've corrected that problem.
Okay, thank you for the clarity there. Any further discussion?
I want to thank you for asking for clarification from the applicants, because they certainly confirmed that I'll be voting no on the cup, because the concerns from the neighbors were excess predators being in the area, and that was confirmed by the applicants. And also, if the bird flu is carried by birds, and we have birds that are somewhat tame getting let loose, eating off of people's plates, certainly there's an increased risk for bird flu there for the residents that are next door. So yeah, I'm gonna know for sure now.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I think I'll just say that I'm not sure that this environment brings predators in. And I'm not sure that this environment increases the risk for bird flu from that explanation. My recommendation is if we were to approve this, we set a limit on how many birds they could handle per year. They said they anticipate no more than 10. I would set a limit of 10.
I agree with Supervisor. It just needs to be, make sure we have control, that it's controlled. But I think it probably, that's extra construction probably would contain them better than just having them out and about.
Anything further, Supervisor Anderson? Supervisor Lambert?
I concur with Supervisor Szymanski's proposal that we could go ahead and approve it as long as a limit is set.
I would suggest too that this might be one of those things we want to look at in 2 or 3 years as a review to make sure it's working according to plan. Add that as a condition, but I think it's a low enough impact that isn't going to change it significantly from what's going on. And there is a need, particularly like loons. So,
Question, the existing conditional use permit now that they have, does that have limitations on numbers of birds right now? And is this actually what we're
I
addressing?
think we can check that. I don't think so.
No, there was no limits on the prior one.
Those were smaller animals, so this is limiting the larger new endorsement or whatever you want to call it.
So if we pass this, we could make it limited. And does that erase their existing conditional use permit? Or
We're
is it?
not hearing that. We're just hearing this request for this specific proposal.
So we can't really limit how many birds they have, like was suggested.
No, we can limit the large birds that would be under the
Would be in the-
part of
in
the
the new-
expansion, new cage, so to speak. And then, as I said, that would probably not exceed 10 a year in any event, no more than 2 or 3 at a time. There's not room for more than that.
I think, for larger birds, it should be in a different location. Cause no one knows, how many you're gonna end up with, cause anything can happen.
True, but at the same time, if we put a limit on not to exceed a number, then they would have to farm them out literally to somebody else if that were the case.
Like they do today.
So at this point, I'd entertain a motion.
With one of the conditions, instead of a total of 10, a total of so many at one time. So that they would not, not have 10 at one time.
No, I don't think, ask a question back to the applicants. What would be the capacity of that cage for, how many could you have at one time?
I didn't quite hear the question, but to answer some of that, you cannot put a goose in with a great blue heron. You can't combine them. So I'm limited. If I have one cage, I can basically put one species in there. I could maybe put a couple, but it depends. If they don't get along, you can't put them together. So I'm limited by one cage as to how much I can take in.
And it would definitely be less than 10.
Yes, I mean, last year, we had 2 that would have never made it to the cage because they died from their injuries before that. The year before that, we had 3. They all died too. I mean, they would have never made it to the cage because they were too sick and injured when they came inside. So we may never have a single thing in that cage. We don't know. But if we did, as Kari said, it would only be 1 or 2 at a time, 2 if they're the same species, only 1 if they're different species.
I think that clarifies the impact, that's what they're looking at. It could be 10 through the course of the year, but it'd probably never be more than 2 at a time in the cage. I don't know if we want to set an absolute number on that because how are we going to enforce that? But I think it's, the reality is that it would be pretty low volume.
It was explained by the applicant that the reason they wanted to do this was so they didn't have to drive a half mile away and have fences and worry about predators. And it seems like the burden, instead of building a fence and protecting, their their activities, they're putting the burden on their neighbors instead. And I just feel like they should be doing it somewhere else because it's out of convenience for the applicant. It's not out of concern from the neighbors. I don't know.
Anyway, further discussion? Otherwise, I entertain a motion on this one way or the other.
One last question. Could we grant the conditional use permit with the condition that the cage be housed at their other property?
No, I would say not because it's specific to a location.
Okay.
The notice of again, my suggestion would be we could grant it with a review after a year or two. And see how it's going or if it has made any effect on the neighbors and, set a expiration. Wouldn't be necessarily a public hearing for review, but it would be put it on the agenda for the applicants to come back in and us to review what's going on.
I'll just say one thing here. So the part of that farm land is unzoned.
Wouldn't
So,
require anything from
Wouldn't
us.
require any zoning approval.
Okay.
That's
And I would suggest perhaps if there got to be a significant number more than they could manage, then it would certainly be appropriate to relocate it where it would warrant it. But if we're only talking a 1 or 2 birds a year, I don't see much change to the impact.
Yeah, but if they were to take and put dividers, this thing's what, 14 wide, 24.5 feet long and 8 feet high or whatever it is. That they take and put dividers in there,
Well,
it
that's,
could be, have a bunch more birds in there.
no, I think they just said that they wouldn't be able to do that because of the requirements for space for each bird. It isn't, again, like the fair, it's like required, able to flap their wings and, that kind of thing. I think is the point of the standards that DNR and Fish and Wildlife Service set. Anyway, somebody want to make a motion? Otherwise I will. Pretty soon.
We'll see how it sounds. We'll see how it sounds.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use for the structure as indicated, with a limit of maximum 10 birds per year. I think maybe with the understanding that this is for what they specified. I mean, so it's not turning into a big bunny cage that it's for these larger waterfowl that they indicated. And then with the staff recommendations, lock and chain to be installed on the septic tank by 7/1/25 and to follow all local, county, state and federal requirements for this activity.
What do you think about a review after 2 or 3 years?
And a third condition, to have it reviewed. Sorry. You're right. Condition number 4, review the activity, within 2 years. I guess to see if they're following all the conditions.
within 2 years or 2 years.
Well, we put at approximately 2 years. That way it
Good.
gives us a little month or two of
Let's-
play time in there.
Let's aim approximately 2 years, aiming at the end of the rehabilitation season. Which would
Oh, so you do like fall of 27,
be, yeah.
review in fall of 27.
Mhm,
That's good specificity.
Close enough. And then, okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Supervisor Blomberg. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Supervisor Tucker,
No.
Supervisor Moyer,
No,
Supervisor Szymanski,
Yes.
Supervisor Blomberg,
Yes,
Supervisor Chuck Anderson,
Yes.
Supervisor Karen Locke Anderson,
Yes.
Supervisor Conroy, yes. So it's approved. We're gonna look at how it's been going though in about 2.5 years.
Will you review that with the neighbors as well?
Yeah, it would come to the committee, so it would be,
Just as soon as you get complaints, you better start listening.
Noise complaints to the sheriff.
I'd like to know for the minutes, you said about 2 years and you just said 2.5 years.
It'll be from now, from
Okay.
today, it'd be closer to
Okay.
2.25
All right, well,
years
it's a quarter of the time that we're talking about, so.
approximately. We've never said a specific date.
The one motion was for about 2 years.
No, it's fall of
Fall 27.
7.
So. Okay, on to the Burnett County Forest. Conditional use permit 2506.
Good morning. Susan Tolander, Burnett County Forest and Parks. I'm here today requesting a conditional use permit to develop 5 primitive campsites on Burnett County Forest land in the Timberland Hills area. These campsites would have non-motorized access only, and they would each have a pit toilet, picnic table, and fire ring. These campsites were proposed by the Timberland Hills Foundation. And if approved, they would be developed by the Timberland Hills Foundation under the oversight of our department. That foundation currently has a ski trail and mountain bike trail system in that block of the county forest. We also have our county-owned camper cabin in that block as well. We do have some grant funding to go towards this project if approved. The amount is approximately $5,500 that would go towards the development of this. That's all I have unless anyone has questions. It's through the DNR stewardship program. We do have similar campsites in the Keyser Lake area of the county forest. Those were developed and are managed in partnership with Lake Country Peddlers Bike Club. Those are available for rent online through our department, and then we split the proceeds with that bike club because they maintain the campsites.
We should perhaps add that it's permissible to camp anywhere in the county forest now. But these are specifically created sites that are slightly improved, fire ring, privy, right? And so a little bit of handle on it. But there isn't anything stopping anyone from packing in and camping at any of these locations right now. But this way we charge a little bit for it, and we put it in conjunction with the bike trails or hiking trails multi-use component. So is there a limit on how long someone can stay there camping wise?
So for the Keyser Lake campsites, we have a 7-night maximum, I believe, in our policies for those.
This will be the same problem.
Yes, when we discussed this with the Natural Resources Committee, we did request that we would manage them with the same policies that we do for the others to keep everything the same across the board.
Any further questions?
Each one would have a picnic table as well. Our policies for those other campsites also allow up to 2 tents with a maximum of 6 people.
Supervisor Tucker?
That sounds pretty great. Their stewardship funds aren't just for buying new public property anymore, it's many other things, that's great. The fees for camping, how does that work out for ongoing maintenance? Because after we have the grant funds to develop the sites, does that cover our county costs for maintaining these, or what do you see as an outlook on that?
I would say it does, because of the agreement that we have with the bike club. They go out there every couple of weeks, make sure there's no trash, no safety issues, toilets are clean. And we charge $10 per night for the campsites, and we split those revenues with the club 50-50. County retains 50%. They get 50. Mhm.
Any further questions by the committee? Okay, hearing none, take a seat temporarily, and we'll open the public hearing. Come forward and say State your name and go from there.
Good morning, I'm Dan Bain. My two brothers and I own property in Roosevelt Township adjacent to the Burnett County Forest. Over the past 50 years, we've hiked, snowshoed, hunted, and skied in that county forest. This forest has transformed over the years from logging roads to a beautiful recreation area. The 3.6 square mile forest now contains 30 kilometers of ski trails, soon to be completed 25 miles of separate bike trails, numerous logging roads, and now a request for campsites accommodating up to 30 people a night. The usage of the forest has greatly increased over the past 5 years. It gets frequent use with hunting, skiing, biking, hiking, horseback riding, large cross-country running meets with 10 schools at a time, snowshoeing, and other activities. With more people traversing over the 40 miles of trails that are in that 3.6 square mile area, an animal can't go very far without crossing a trail or running into people. I'm not sure the added pressure to wildlife from new campsites is what's needed at this time. In 2021, the Vermont Fish and Wildlife, along with the Vermont Forest Parks and Rec, commissioned a study titled Understanding and Managing the Effects of Trail Use on Wildlife. Vermont and Wisconsin share significant forest similarities. The following is an excerpt from that study. Quote, one primary goal of this research was to find trends in the wildlife recreation relationship that can be used to develop management guidelines. The following general trends emerged. Trail recreation has a negative impact on wildlife. Trail-free areas and avoidance of high-value wildlife resources minimize trail effects on wildlife. Trail disturbance can have the greatest effects during an animal's breeding season. Non-motorized recreation has a stronger effect on wildlife than motorized recreation. The following guidance is balanced to balance the dual mandate of protecting wildlife and providing opportunities for trail recreation. Those are designating permanent trail-free areas on the landscape, consolidating trails and avoiding high-value wildlife resources, monitor trailed areas for changes in wildlife, and manage existing trails to minimize impact. It's the end of the study quote. I'm asking that the committee delay approval of the 5 campsites for at least 1 year. This would provide time to engage with the wildlife biologists to determine any impact to wildlife habitat and their range. Once the remaining miles of bike trails are completed and prior to the campsites being built. Thank you.
Eric, can you hear us?
Oh, am I up?
You are up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. My name is Eric Linseth. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee. I'm a director on the Timberland Hills Foundation board. We're a 501c3 organization, as Susie mentioned. We operate the ski trails and the mountain bike trails in Timberland Hills, which is a large forest that has multiple uses. There are many areas of Timberland Hills that remain remote. And I just wanted to submit that, you know, our mission here is to be able to help families and people enjoy Timberland Hills through skiing and mountain biking in ways that introduce them to nature. Right now, I would say that we've had a long history with the county in successfully managing these trails. We've managed them for 35 years, the ski trails, and we've been successfully managing the single track mountain bike trails that are being developed. About 15 miles of the 25-mile trail system is currently completed. I just wanted to mention a few items around these campsites. As Ms. Tolander mentioned, there's only one camper cabin there. It's been a very successful place for folks to stay overnight, to be able to enjoy Timberland Hills. One of the reasons that our board fully supports this project is that it would offer 5 additional designated sites for people to be able to stay in Timberland Hills. All of these sites are low impact sites. They are accessible only by walking or biking. All 5 of the sites are located directly along the trail or very close to the ski or mountain bike trails. All of them have a nice flat place to camp. They've got a water source and a decent tree canopy. So sort of like the Keyser Lake Trails campsites, they will be, the camping will be localized into primitive campsites that have a picnic table as well as a privy and a fire ring. So I think that the sites will allow Burnett County residents as well as others from around the region to be able to enjoy Timberland Hills, including, I would add, Ice Age Trail hikers. The Ice Age Trail passes through Timberland Hills, and there are, hikers that come through. That's a long trail, 1,200-mile trail that goes all the way through Wisconsin. And this would, 3 of the sites are.
That was your time. So I think we have captured that. Anybody else? No one else online?
No one else online.
No one else here? So at that point, I'll close the public hearing.
You also have 2 pieces of correspondence. Gerard Bentz, he's
In the packet or out?
he's in your
In the
packet,
packet.
basically opposed to it, so. His summary, and then there was a item from the Barron County Highway Department. They have a shooting range down to the south, but in my staff report, I think I said it's almost 3/4 of a mile from the shooting range would be the nearest proposed campsite, so long way away.
He mentioned in his that if he felt it appropriate, he'd raise the height of the backstop.
Yeah.
3/4 of a mile is pretty far. And that's I'm assuming he's talking a rifle range there.
Yeah, I think if you look on the aerial photo, they have a couple, they must have a close range and like a 600-foot range. So I'm guessing they must practice pistol and rifle range.
As opposed to, shotguns. That's why
Yeah.
I said it sounded like a rifle range.
Yep.
Which is the reason for the backstop berm.
Yep.
Just confirming. So, okay, we'll open it up to the committee. Go, Supervisor Thomas.
That was my concern in reading the packet, was the shooting range, and I have to assume that Susan has already knew about that, and, figure it's a concern.
I was not aware that they had a shooting
Okay.
range in that location. I am concerned if they feel that this is a potential issue. Being that this property is open to the public, we already have trail systems there, then I feel it's something that they should correct regardless of whether or not campsites are constructed, because
Cause
the
you have
public is
you have
using that
trails
property.
that are even closer
Right,
down to that
exactly.
location.
I don't think we'd wanna go to Barron County and say, look, you gotta shut down your shooting range or do this or do that. We gotta make good decisions for what's already there, and the trails are already close to it, and if you guys feel like it's safe, we can't go back to Barron and tell them what to do.
Well, I believe in his email, he did say, he could build the berms higher if we requested.
That's nice.
I think that's reasonable because obviously that's gonna be busy about from the middle of October until the night before deer season.
Great.
Most of the time, it's probably not a lot of shooting, I would think. But I don't know that, but
What's the forest like in that area? Is it dense or has it been logged off and it's mostly open?
it's, I couldn't answer that exactly, but Susie can bring it up, but also elevation wise, is that relatively flat between the trails and that site? Would you say? I mean, it's quite a bit uphill of that site, and that's gonna be safer than it isn't.
I can't tell you for sure off the top of my head without reviewing it. But Timberland Hills is very hilly throughout.
Right, that I knew for sure that, but again, I think if they're willing to raise the berms, just be prudent to do that, you know, just in case somebody accidentally lobs one higher than they intended to, right? But it probably is relatively far away. And we don't know precisely the angles related to anything either. We could look into it a little more and make sure we've done everything that's reasonable and prudent to do. Any further discussion on that?
I guess one question I have is they talked about the 5 sites, 7-night limit, maximum 2 tents per site, and a maximum of 6 people per site. Would we need to state that in a condition if we move that direction, or, you know, is it part of the permit that we'd be adopting, you know, their current
So
limits?
that they would be under the current permits that we have in Fusion Lake right now.
But we probably need to state that somewhere in here.
Well, we sure can. I don't think we did on Keezer Lake though. Because it's within the county forest operational requirements.
It would just be 5 additional campsites on the order of the Keezer Wildlife, whatever rules they have.
Right. I think we just, looking,
I think we have to spell it out.
I think it's covered.
Additional campsites on.
Number 2 of the conditions, all local, county, state and county requirements are those.
So that's a state, that's what, I guess that was more my question. That's a stated requirement that's on the
Yes,
books, okay?
yeah, so it's already a county requirement, and I guess if the county was about to change its requirements, they need to amend the CUP, right? Not going to, not a problem, but that would cover it, I think. Any further discussion?
I don't think the campsites would be near any more fire than the walkers and bikers that are going through that area right now anyway.
Right.
Except that those would be movable and the campsites would be.
Well, and keeping in mind, as we said, people have historically been able to camp on county forest. Someone could unknowingly go down there and camp right on the other side of the berm, on the county line, right? Not a good idea, but it's something that, you know, we need to look into a little bit, but very true. You know, it's already an activity that people can do.
So the furthest north berm is at an elevation of 1320 in Barron County. And then if I look at the elevation along the county line in that spot, it's 1320, 1330. So Roosevelt is like undulating hills up and down, up and down. So, but from those 2 points, it's almost flat with up and down between it.
Well, it's not like
It's not wide, and it's not wide open field
It
that,
would be a concern if it was substantially uphill. And they were shooting in a elevated direction, but they're not. Well, you're shooting into the berm. Elevating the
oh,
berms. and-
so yeah, so there's no contours on the shooting range, so they are literally shooting flat on the range.
Should be relatively confined then, not any, you know, unusual potential for a wild shot escaping. Go ahead, Supervisor Tucker.
I'm pretty satisfied with the shooting range here, and I think, you know, most people, they kind of wonder where stewardship money comes from. It is all borrowed money at the state level. And, you know, it doesn't sound like this is adding to our county budget because it sounds like it's self-supporting, and there's some volunteer help with the bike club. So I mean, whenever we can bring state money, if we can't limit how much taxes we do pay, we need to bring as much of it back here as possible to help people enjoy the outdoors, so very supportive.
Okay, motion.
I think we go ahead with this project with the conditions that we set for it.
Did I get ahead of myself? Did you make a motion, Karen? Yeah.
I was just asking questions.
Okay. Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah.
You're making this.
Just move that we approve going ahead with the 5 campsites with the conditions that were,
Yeah, the
three
three
staff.
conditions.
We wanted.
I can read them real quick. Number one, the sanitary system shall be installed as required per county and state code. Number two, follow local county, state, federal requirements for this activity. Number three, must provide a copy of the state permit to the county within 6 months of this approval.
We're going to maybe not make a condition, but we're going to encourage county forests to contact Burnett County, Barron County about elevating their berms a bit. Just in the, you know, we can't force them to do it, but we could ask them to, in the interest of prudence, to do that, right? So, okay,
So would that be part of the conditions or would that just be an aside?
that's just in the minutes that we said, ask Barron County to elevate their berms, I guess I don't think we can force
We
it.
can't force them to do it, so it's just
No,
Susie can call them and hopefully they will voluntarily do it.
I think they said they would, so let's take advantage of that. That's
I'd be
good.
happy to second the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Supervisor Blumberg. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, Supervisor Tucker.
Yes.
Supervisor Miller.
Yes.
Supervisor Shalinski.
Yes.
Supervisor Blumberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Chuck Anderson.
Yes.
Supervisor Marco Anderson.
Yes.
Supervisor Turner, yes. So, we're good to go. I just do. Okay, I now will open the public hearing, text amendment 2501, and the land use ordinance, chapter 30, and ask Jason to go through this. And we'll deal with these things that someone wants to speak to them. We'll call forward that public hearing, it's not one comment for the whole thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do a 5-minute recess at this point. This is gonna take a while.
Some nice bird phone.
I should probably have a set of those to put with the file. You don't want to take them home with you?
Pictures.
Take two.
Take two? No, I don't need two. I got enough paper as it is. I don't need more.
And I asked.
Mine comes with a paperclip. Damn.
Every day is fun.
Very good.
Yesterday was not
back into order because we're just gonna start with definitions and Chuck Anderson will be back any minute, I'm sure. Okay, I'll call it back into order. Jason's gonna start, what we're gonna do right now is you're gonna be limited to 3 minutes on comments, but it's per comment. Every time we bring up an issue, if someone needs to, comment once, you can comment again later on something else. So it's not 3 minutes for the whole affair, if you will. So anyway, want to proceed, Jason? We just kind of run through the changes proposed and why we did it to some extent.
Yeah, so we'll just start going through page by page. So page one, no thing. Page two, added some definitions. Added a definition of animal unit because further on down in the ordinance amendments, we just talk about animal units, so added that definition. On page two, added the definition of boarding house. We had that, was an existing term that was already in the commercial district, I believe. But it didn't really have a clear definition, so we wanted to add a definition of what a boarding house is.
Would that have to provide meals then? Boarding house just being overnight.
Well, good questions. I got that definition by doing some searching on Google. Cause I don't even know what is the definition of a boarding house.
It's not as common as it once was either.
Yeah, and again, some of this, these ordinances, kind of like the definition of a rooming house means a house where lodging is provided for rent. So I think that's the difference between a boarding house and a rooming house. Boarding provides food, rooming house does not.
So
Yeah, we hear the expression room and board.
Yeah.
Or bed and board.
Yeah.
Those, yeah.
So then a bed and breakfast would be a boarding house.
Well, bed and
Sounds like it.
breakfast is a separate description, I think,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because it only includes breakfast.
I'm just wondering because we're going through all this with the short-term rentals and things and get this definition, so.
I think bed and breakfast has its own unique definition, if I remember.
Well, and that is listed separately in some zoning districts. I think bed and breakfast is called out specifically. So I was just trying to clarify these were words that were already in the ordinance, but had no definition.
Okay, I understand.
Yep, so like somebody would say, I wanna do a boarding house. What does that mean? They would ask me, I'd be like, I have no idea what a boarding house means, cause there's no definition of it. So really trying to clean up.
And not to slow us down, but having lots of good definitions makes our life a lot easier.
Okay.
Yes, so then everyone can hopefully be on the same terminology when you're talking about things, yeah.
Thank you.
So at least for the county's position, a boarding house does provide meals.
According to that definition, yes.
Okay, carry on.
All right, page 3. Added Wisconsin admin code after those various citations of ATCP 79. So that is just some cleaning, house cleaning items. Added the definition of a cannery, again, that's stated in our ordinance in sections, but there was never a definition of it. Chicken. Got a definition of a chicken now, since we like to talk about chickens lately. So that's what the definition that I put together via various Google searches and wordsmithing. To try to come up with what a chicken is.
What it is not.
And what it is not, correct. So there we go with that one. We have a definition of a condensary. Again, that was something that was, that word was already in the ordinance and we added some definition of it so everyone can be on the same page. Page 4, creamery, again, that word was already in the ordinance, added the definition of it so people can understand what that word actually means. Developable area, so that is a term that is used in the ordinance already as well. A lot of that is used in building and campground ordinances and various things. So we added that definition of what a developable area is. It essentially means the area that is remaining after you subtract out all the setbacks and everything else. Like the one we talked about earlier today, you know, it had to have 10,000 square feet of developable area. So that's what that definition means. Once you subtract out all the various setbacks and things, that's the area that they have left to build on. Nothing on page 5. Page 6. Added a definition of manure management, since we talk about that in various sections of the code. I don't know if people have comments or concerns about that definition. Manure management means those parcels with 2 or more animal units shall contact Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management and obtain any required permits.
I think that's just a definition where we apply it. We'll discuss that more later.
Added a definition of navigable waters, means the definition in NR 115.035, it's that state code. Add the definition of non-metallic mineral. Again, that's a state code definition. Add the definition of non-metallic mining, again, that's a state code definition. Those are words that are already in the ordinances and other places, so we added the definitions to have it add some clarity. Page 7, definition of quarry. We added the word metallic mining is excluded from this definition of quarry. So we've always dealt with non-metallic mining, which is NR 135, I believe. Metallic mining is a whole separate entity that has a very rigorous state requirements. So the ones we always deal with, all of our sand and gravel pits and everything, those are all non-metallic mining. So just wanted to add some clarity to that a quarry in our ordinance is non-metallic. Added the definition of resort.
Jason,
Yes.
I think you mean relaxation, generally go to for relaxation.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Relation. Hey, maybe that's what you do at resorts too.
Yeah.
Sometimes they go there away from their nature.
Yeah, that too.
Is it all in there, campground, camp, resort, or is it resort?
Well, the last statement says this does not include a campground. So we kind of have been, they've always been treated differently. Yeah, so they would be a dual use, a resort and a campground. Yep.
I think a license, that's 2 things.
Yep.
So it's a license as a resort and a campground.
So I'll change that word there to relaxation. Rooming house, again, that's a word that's used in the ordinance already, added a definition to it. Page 8, another word, tourist home. It's already in our ordinance, added a definition for some clarity. Page 9. So lines, adoption of comprehensive plan. So since the county revised or basically redid or updated the comprehensive plan, added that language in there. Ordinance number 24-04 formally adopts a Burnett County Comprehensive Plan 2024-2044 pursuant to statute. So just added that to reflect the revised comprehensive plan. Further down on page 9 is the table of the zoning districts. So the items in yellow are the districts that are being proposed to be added. So there's some renumbering on the left-hand column there. The items in blue, those are not part of the ordinance amendments. Those are literally just notes so people can understand when we're talking about RR2, what does that mean for lot size, or RR3? So that stuff in blue is just, those are the minimum lot standards for those various districts.
But they will remain included as part of this.
I was not gonna have the blue text in the ordinance.
Oh.
Cause there's already a table that shows the zoning district sizes. Further down, there's a table that has all these listed, so I don't know if we want to be, I mean, we can add redundancy if we want to. It's just more things to change. If there's changes in the future, then we have to make changes in more spots.
Can you reference the table?
Well, let's leave that for now. And we'll get to it, we'll see if we want to keep that or not.
Yeah. Same thing with page 10 there. It was renumbering, adding the F2 district, and then the blue notes about lot sizes. All right, let's get into the fun stuff now. Page 11. Permitted uses 30-84. Let's talk about some chickens. Well, first we'll go to line 6 and 7. Right now, that line just said essential services and utilities to serve the principal permitted use. With solar becoming more and more popular by use by everyone, I thought we should maybe add some clarity on what a typical solar system size is for a residential use versus a solar system that would be more of a commercial industrial type use. So I did some research online. A typical personal use solar system is typically up to 10 kilowatts. So I thought we should add language in there saying that that's an allowed use in that zoning district. Someone can put up to a 10 kilowatt solar system, either on their roof, on their property, whatever, wherever they want to do that. Further on, when we get into commercial, then there's a different limit on, like, if, let's say, Four Winds wanted to try to power their store, well, a 10 kilowatt system is not going to do it for them. They would need something substantially larger.
We should also discuss a little bit at this point, why did we suddenly start to get more into solar? Was our energy generating facility language is really old and archaic and probably based on when the only things that generate power in Burnett County were a couple of hydro dams. And when we were looking at the commercial, Northwest Electric requested expansion to build a facility in Webb Lake. One of the arguments was it doesn't really say that in the ordinance. You're not specific to providing for solar or wind for that matter. The language we have is because we had dams, and then I don't even know if they still have them, but Northwest Electric used to have diesel electric generators to power if there was a shortfall that were really inefficient, but they had to have the capacity to enable to purchase power off the grid like everybody does. Obviously, Burnett County couldn't be run on the 2 power dams we have. So the only source for power is purchasing power generated elsewhere. So in order to kind of cure that, so that we have some proposals for larger wind or solar, we need to have properly defined it. And again, your state law has stepped in and limited what we can do about it anyway. It's kind of like livestock fighting, that once you get a lot of visible, the maximum megawatt, 1 megawatt.
Oh, so might be 1 megawatt, I think.
Public Service Commission takes over and we don't do anything.
Yeah.
But short of that, we can regulate some, but we really can't, we're very limited in that type of thing. Red Wolf has some ordinance that Northwest Electric chose in this fight because they didn't have time, but we would have prevailed if they would have fought because that clearly was contrary to state law. So
Northwestern does have a diesel backup is in downtown Gramsburg anyway.
right, I know, and I thought there might have been one at Danbury too, but I'm not sure. you know,
I think that there is at least one other one, I'm not sure.
right, and that pertains to if everything else shuts down, we make all we can, right? But we don't have the, previously, we didn't have the ability to detail the solar, you know. Or will.
And with turbines, or.
Hmm?
Yeah. Turbines on just a bunch of property.
Yeah, I think we talk about both wind and solar somewhere in here.
Somewhere else we talk about wind and solar. We don't have it as in this use. I haven't seen people that have wanted residential wind yet. I don't even know.
We're not really suitable
Mr. Chair.
for wind.
Are we into the changes or do we want to start talking about the specific issues of wind and solar?
No,
Like-
we're just talking about why we did,
Okay, gotcha.
make that clear. Like, you know, we didn't before. And one thing I just add further is technically, since we didn't talk about solar, we interpreted it in the past, if somebody wanted to build something, we permitted it as a structure. The structure is anything with form, shape, and utility, right? But we didn't specify solar. If you're gonna really be picky about including in base zoning, if it doesn't say you can do it, you can't. But we didn't wanna say you can't, and people wanted to do that, so. We did it, and now we're defining it more precisely. So, okay, enough of me. Everyone.
Lines 10 through 12 there, that's the section about short-term rentals. I think we discussed before, there was some language that some committee members wanted about property owners should contact the town to see if they have additional requirements for this activity, because there are some townships that have their room tax, I think, established, so we just wanted to point people in the right direction to also make sure they're checking on other entities to see if there's some requirement in place. All right, lines 13 through 15. So this is we're talking, I want everyone to understand, we're talking RR 1, 2, and 3. So these are those typically high density residential districts. So the proposed language is up to 10 chickens are allowed. These chickens must be confined within a fenced area and are not be allowed within 75 feet of the ordinary high water mark of any navigable water body, and no roosters and no guinea fowl on parcels less than 5 acres.
Would guinea fowl include peacocks?
I'd have to Google it. I don't know.
You know, people are pheasants.
I think that was the definition of a chicken, though. I think we excluded
Included everything.
peacocks. You're not gonna have a peacock.
No, I've heard them though, but they're pretty noisy.
Yeah, they wouldn't be allowed in this because they didn't meet the definition. I think guinea fowl, when we first started developing this, we mentioned guinea fowl by name. Because they're more closely related to chickens than.
Yeah, chicken is not a turkey, duck, goose, pheasant, squab, guinea fowl, peafowl, ostrich, emu, or ray. So whatever's left is a chicken. So that's that section, and then we had lines 16 through 20. Because I know there was some concern, we do have some RR 1, 2, and 3 parcels that maybe are zoned where they could be small lots, but maybe it's a 40-acre tract. So I know we were trying to kind of balance, you know, how restrictive do you want it to be? So this next one was a carve out essentially. Even if you're RR 1, which allows a very small lot size, but if I own a 40, then on those parcels that are 5 acres or larger, you can have up to 5 animal units are allowed. So again, that's not specific to chickens, that's animal units, and there is a chart which talks about animal units. I think like one animal unit is typically a cow, I think is how it is, and like a steer, yep. Yep, so then, you know, like goats, it might be 10 goats might equal an animal unit or something like that, so.
You never get to an animal with chickens on a type of small spot.
No.
It's an awful.
So then we had wording in here too, these animals must be confined within a fenced area and are not allowed within 75 feet of the ordinary high water mark of any navigable water body. Once over 2 animal units, the owner must contact the Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management. And then see other requirements as listed in chapter 18 of the Burnett County ordinance. I know there was maybe some concern with some of that language.
As far as, well, fencing or confining, as long as it's fences of open construction, it's fine. As far as, housing animals, it's on, in the RR districts, in the ag districts, of course, we can be exempted for ag buildings in RR districts, even if we don't do that, 10, less than 100 square feet doesn't require a permit either for a modest chicken coop. Fences of open construction, no permits required, just keep them on your property, is what we're talking about here. And then as far as manure management goes, we're working on that with Land and Water about at some point, manure management of a certain size would require permitting. What we're talking about there is when people used to bring in truckloads of turkey manure, type of thing, major ag stuff. We have never required a fee or permit for the conditional use permit for animals in the part of our district. We interpret that as being included in the permit fee paid for the CUP. Because all you're really doing is consulting with how you're gonna manage the 2 horses or whatever it was. Not loud enough? Okay. It wasn't on. Oh, I didn't turn it off. Accident. Okay, anyway. So I think we could make clarity on that if we needed to, but the intention has never been to do that. And when we work on the manure management section of the ordinance, we can build that exemption into that as well. It's where we trigger a permit requirement. But again, the concern really originated from turkey manure and potential high nitrate hotspots from perpetual storage on highly permeable soils. That's where that came from.
Further on, page 11. So conditional use permits. So right now, based on how the ordinance is written, if you wanted to have 1 chicken, you need a conditional use permit to come into in the residential districts. So those changes up above would allow 10 chickens or up to 5 animal units on parcels that are 5 acres or larger. If someone still wanted something more than that, then they could apply for the conditional use permit. So we added the language, livestock other than what is allowed above, but still a cap of 20 animal units is the number that I put in there. Again, this, these numbers can be modified, changed, however you see fit. We should put some sort of cap because again, these are residential districts. People are building, buying, building houses, thinking they're in a residential area, not necessarily in a farm area. Once you get over a certain number, you should be in an ag district. So that was the suggestion on that.
How many chickens would it take to make 20 animal units?
A lot of chickens, probably like 1,000.
A chicken is a 0.033 animal unit. Yep, that's according to what you cited. 0.033 of an animal unit.
Divide out your math.
Yeah, dairy cow is 1.4.
Yeah, that's your 800 pounds.
So 0.033, so 1,000 chickens is 33 animal units. So you wouldn't be able to have 1,000 chickens. That is a lot of eggs. Yes.
Well, layers are 0.01, that's even.
Oh, okay.
So layers are 0.01.
So that would be 1,000 then.
Meat birds are bigger, are more of an animal.
It's not a concern.
And again, what, we added that language in there, once over 2 animal units, owner must contact Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management, see other requirements listed in chapter 18 of the Burnett County ordinance.
Good point. I guess I'd ask if there's any public comments on the first, our 1, 2, and 3. Beyond what we talked about,
Like public or?
public. Public hearing. The more next to me.
Trade Lake, the concern that was raised when we're talking the poultry, in the letter that the town had drafted, is that if the county is going to require fully confinement, the county should be making that confinement exempt. Because depending on the number of animal units, I understand that, Jason has said that an agricultural building is exempt, but based on the hint that you provided, the agricultural building is only exempt in agricultural zone, is how I read it. And so if you're going to apply it for the confinement in a rural residential or all 1, 2, 3, et cetera, that confinement space should be exempted.
No, you're talking about the ones that would be over 100 square feet. They're already exempt from it.
But if you're requiring them to be fully confined outside as well.
It says though confined within a fenced area, they're not required to be confined in a building. If I have two, okay,
But, part of the, in the muni code, fencing is, depending on the fencing, may be required to have a land use permit.
yep, if it's over 10 feet tall, yep.
Yep, so depending on what they're doing, as far as the confinement space, if they want to have something that they're fully having confined, as your ordinance is stating, that confinement space should be exempt. Because if you're looking at, like Craig said, keep them in your yard, well, chickens have a tendency to fly too.
Some species do.
And so that confinement space, if I, as a property owner in a residential zone, am doing my due diligence, I'm gonna build a fence that's going to secure them and keep them from predators so that they can roam my yard. And if they need to have the confinement space being higher, then I'm gonna be required to have a land use permit for the fully confinement of what you're requiring me to do.
Well, the other thing we kind of talked about on the sidebar is that we could put language in there that said that the agricultural use that's permitted is exempt from the permit requirement. For the structure and fence.
Well, that's
We could say that, that wouldn't be painful at all to do that either.
in the residential zone, because that's the direction the town board wanted this to see, is that if the county is gonna require full confinement, then the county should be exempting that full confinement from needing any permit.
We can do that. I mean, we talked about it too. It's whether we needed it or not was the question. It's a legitimate point, right?
Yes.
And so, the point I guess we want to be a little careful of is somebody who decided they wanted to have pigs instead of chickens, but that's not going to necessarily be permitted unless you go through the CUP.
Correct.
So we can do that. We'll take
So
that as a recommended
Thank you.
amendment.
I could add language in there that says, fencing and or agricultural structures in the residential district are exempt from needing a permit. If the activity coincides with the permitted agricultural use. Yep. So if they want to build a fence and they're not doing it for chickens, they just want to build a spite fence and have it 30 feet tall to block their neighbor's sun, which we get, then you're gonna go through the permitting process.
Fence is still going to be
Yep.
subject to approval because, and if people, I've had that happen too, they wanted to build it right to the beach. because they were mad at their neighbor. Well, okay, but it's the structure and shoreline setback area, different matter altogether. And we talked about keeping them out of that area if you want to allow. Again, for the reasons already did this morning.
My question is, would there be a, if it's an enclosed structure, would there be a limit? I mean, because, you know, they could build a 100-foot pole barn and put a chicken in it.
No, how we've always defined that, because the ordinance says it has to be 100% egg use. Is what the exemption says right now for egg buildings. So,
So if you put a chicken, oh, I get it, so they're not gonna do that for.
yeah, so if somebody wanted to build a pole shed and put a chicken in it, but then have their 4-wheelers and their 5th wheel and their camper and, well, that's not 100% egg use. So then we require a permit. That exemption was always in place for the farmer who wants to build a barn and put all of his farm equipment in it, or his hay, you know, or his corn cribs, or all the things that farmers do, so that was exempt.
Chicken sheds and chicken coops and all those things, yes, always have been, and so it's just, it's appropriately to scale. So. Supervisor Tucker?
Well, I appreciate the wording of adding chickens. I didn't know when we were raising our girls and got 4 dozen chicks that we were flying under the radar when it comes to being against the law. But, you know, I want my chickens inside at night. I think most people do with predators and that, but from time to time, you let them out so they can eat bugs. They shouldn't have to be inside of a fence. So if it can be worded in a way, I mean, most people that have chickens know that they don't want to lose them to fox and everything else. But if it can be worded so they can be, you know, let out of the pen and roam around the yard. I mean, on 40 acres like we had, I mean, it's a great thing to let them outside and eat all the bugs that are and all that kind of stuff. So
Keep in mind, though, keep in mind from what we listened to this morning, and we're talking in the smaller lot areas. I think we have to there because of the fear of the neighbors.
Sure.
We're not gonna say that when we get into ag or even into.
yeah, it might be smart for someone like me in a 40-acre parcel. Maybe I ask for it to be rezoned or something, but yeah.
Get into the larger. Next, then that we can let them free range. Right?
Yeah.
But I think we just remember, we're talking up to maximum 5 acres. And then we've already said if you've got 40 acres, then you know, we're gonna look at it a little differently.
Okay.
Okay, so we're trying to recognize that.
Yep.
But we also have to recognize the other side of the person who doesn't want that chicken
Yeah.
pooping on their grass.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I'll tell you at the state level, there is, I don't remember who it is, but there's a bill being introduced right now that limits the county's ability to make it so you can't have chickens. It's not my bill. I don't remember who it is, but it's kind of interesting, yeah.
To be honest with you, we were talking, we said, look, the state's gonna pass a law in which you can have 10 chickens, but I don't feed. That's what started the whole conversation.
Oh, good.
I think that's state law though, does it limit to like 4 chickens that proposed? I thought I saw it had a
But I mean,
limit.
It's
Yep.
it's lower number.
Yeah.
The county just can't go lower than what that number is or
Correct.
something, but
Yep.
I
More generous in the state. like that.
Yeah.
I just thought of you when I read it.
That's good. Okay, let's keep on going.
Let's see here.
Nobody else have anything for it? Okay, let's gentlemen.
Yeah, James Burning, the town of Dewey. I thought there was something going on today with the A5.
We're getting
We're
there.
gonna get.
We're good.
eventually.
Okay, thank you.
Be patient with us.
Sorry. That's a mini patient.
We gotta sort through these RR districts first.
Thank you.
All
right.
3, 4, and 5
Page-
proposed.
Page 12.
I'm gonna quickly before we start, these are proposed, we're not rezoning anything to this. These are largely created by requests from towns. Comp plans that have some language like this, and we want to provide them the option of a zoning district that's larger. If they want to initiate a change, but we're not changing a thing today.
Yeah, so a town would have to try to either amend their zoning map. Or a person would have to come in and request to be rezoned to these new districts, so. Kind of like the RRRC, it was a district that was created, if people want to go into it, they rezone into it, so.
Can I say one thing in quick before we start? We received a comment, and Jason and I talked about this a little bit on the phone. When we did the floating district before, we put a little blurb about the comp plan in there. That's subject to these proposals being consistent with both the town and county's comprehensive plans. So we probably do want to add that language into that, but it's not in it yet. And I think in being consistent with how we manage floating districts. When we did it once before, we should probably do that. But we can make that amendment before we send it on. Okay, all I got, sorry.
So proposed RR 4, 5, and 6 districts, so these are kind of just tiered on to the 1, 2, and 3. So an RR 4 would be a 10-acre, RR 5 would be a 20, and an RR 6 would be essentially a 38-acre, meant to be a 40. Not all 40s are perfectly 40 acres. The permitted uses pretty much copied those from what the RR districts already had in them. Put in language that they can go up to 10 animal units as a permitted use, so without having to go through a hearing. Again, now this, I guess, might be a concern if we have, because this language says must be confined within a fenced area and are not allowed within 75 feet of the ordinary high water mark. Once over 2 animal units, owners will contact Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management, see other requirements listed in chapter 18 of the Burnett County ordinance. So I don't know if we want to amend that section to remove fencing out of there. Because these would, in theory, should be lots that are 10 or larger.
And I think we could, because in A2, it's 10,
Yep,
and we don't have that provision.
there's no fencing requirement in
I think
A2.
no fencing is required. You know, is reasonable in that low density.
Okay, so we would essentially strike the sentence that says these animals must be confined within a fenced area and are not allowed within the 75 feet of the ordinary high water mark of any navigable water, because if they're not fenced, we can't guarantee that they're not gonna go in the water.
Yeah. So also true, but it's there's a pretty broad definition of navigable water.
Correct.
Stream. And again, your management would maybe.
Turned off. Battery died.
Okay. It's the microphone's fault, not mine. You know,
Okay,
yes, I'll speak less and louder. Because of the really broad definition of navigability. A little pothole with a little log or fire all around is navigable. I think in the really large districts, I think we probably can do without it. It's there are animal management and manure management stuff in the code that would intervene with that, and something like a lot of animals can't be right in the bank of the stream anyway. So I think if we take out the requirement for fencing and then, you know, subject to appropriate manure management type of thing, would take care of that.
The conditional use permits, I essentially kept the number 1, 3, 4, and 5 are from the RR 1, 2, and 3 districts. And then item 2, I added livestock that they could ask a CUP to go up to 20 animal units. So again, bigger tracks, I made that number a little bit bigger. But again, there should be some threshold of a cap, because at some point you should be in an ag district. Again, that's a number that I put in there. You guys can have it be whatever number you want.
Generous number for everything except dairy cow.
Correct.
For the typical horses and.
I mean, for a person who claims they want to be self-sustaining on their property, 20 animal units is gonna cover anything you should be wanting to do.
Pretty good sized farm.
Yes, yeah. I don't know if you want to ask if anybody has comments on that section.
Anything more to talk about with that? Do we have any public comment on the proposed low density residential? And seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on that one, and we'll move on to division 4 with 2 ag.
So let's see here, page 14. This we're gonna strike the language, that lines 39 and 40 there. Well, I added the word see other requirements as listed in chapter 18 of Burnett County ordinance. Added that language because chapter 18 is where all the livestock siting, manure management and all that stuff is. So it's just to make people aware, if you have a farm, go look at that stuff, because there might be other rules that apply. We took out.
No changes to that chapter though.
Well, you guys adopted new ordinances six months ago, maybe? Chapter 18 livestock siting,
It's citing.
manure management.
operations, and manure management. Then the manure management mainly had to do with the high volume widespreading and storage before it's field application. And with the phasing out of the turkey farms around here due to general relocation, may not be as big of an issue as it was, but it's still an issue in a highly permeable soil we have to keep track of. So, but yeah, so that covers, that's just the merging, if you will, of the siting and operations and the land use ordinance.
We struck then the words there, farms with more than 250 animal units will require conditional use permits from Land Use and Information Committee. We did that because, we had what siting kicks in at 250.
Just a quick explanation for the
Yeah.
people who weren't here for the whole thing. We have grandfathered ourselves in at a 250 unit animal unit CUP before the siting ordinance was statewide, which allowed us to drop our siting ordinance down to 250. And it was, if you read the statute basically says if a county's using a conditional use permit on animal units, that it has to reflect the siting ordinance anyway, when you go above 500. But we did it for 250 on up because we could. So there's really no need for a conditional use permit if we're applying the statewide siting ordinance, because we'd have to adopt it anyway as part of the CUP. And secondly, with the CUP limits on conditions and Act 67, how would you ever deny one, right? So our consultant recommended we do that. We're one of the few counties who can drop it that low because we've done it so long. But and later on, we'll say we're gonna need to edit slightly. How we say you can have up to 500 animal units. But we need to stick a little burden in that with more than 250, 500, it requires lines of section code, it goes 18. Just to make it perfectly clear that it's not covered, it's like 215, 249 and 2 units more falls under chapter 18.
Oh, let's see, page 15, no changes, page 16. So this is again exclusive ag, under what was conditional use permits were struck that farms with more than 250 need a CUP. And then the rest below that was just renumbering sections. Page 17, nothing. Page 18, renumbering some sections and striking the reserved. Page.
Right there on line 6 is one of those places where we probably would add in there, there's up to 500 animal units, semicolon, more than 250 animal units are subject to section 18. Citing,
What page are you on?
on 18.
Okay, line.
Line 6. That's one of those places we insert that.
That's under standards for rezoning.
Well, permitted uses. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on 19. Forgive me. I read the top of the page.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, so page 19, this is in the, so now we'd be in the A2 section of ag.
That's where I was talking about line 6.
Yeah, so we should add,
After 500 animal units, like semicolon, greater than 250 animal units is subject to chapter 18.
Right.
Just because somebody reading it, we don't want them to think they aren't. They have 500, we can catch that. The signing ordinance starts at 250. You know, it's a little bit redundant, but we don't want somebody to misread it.
So after, where it says 500 animal units, then I'm gonna say, greater than 250 animal units is subject to chapter 18.
Right. Simple little things.
So again, yeah, we struck the 250s out of there, needing a CUPs. Added the language, once over 2 animal units must contact Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management, see other, so we kind of have see other requirements as listed in chapter 18 there as well.
Sure.
Um,
You know, again, I'm thinking for redundancy in
Yep.
this case. When somebody reads it that far, it stops,
yeah.
and it misses the rest of it.
Lines 15, 16, again, this is the essential services and utilities. Added the language that they can do up to the 10 kilowatt solar system, similar to the RR districts. Lines 21, 22, that's under short-term rentals, again, pointing out to them that they should contact their township to see if they have any additional requirements for that activity. Lines 24 through 26. Striking the 250 in there and going to the 500, the animal units. Page 20. Under conditional uses, quarrying, I just added the word non-metallic mining and processing of products. Just for some clarity. Page 21. So this is under the conditional use section. So we took out the 250. That's line 12. Lines 13 through 15. This is where we added, so if they want to do solar bigger than 10 kilowatts and the associated equipment and facilities to go with it. So this is solar and wind. They would need a CUP. So again, the reason that 10 kilowatt is in there is 10 kilowatt is a typical residential type system to power a residential property. If somebody wants to go bigger than that, then it's more than likely a commercial, starts to be a commercial type operation for solar wind. So that would kick in the CUP requirement.
So would the 10 kilowatt maximum apply to solar and separately to the wind energy, or would it be both of them added together?
Good question. I could add the word each. If you wanted them to be separate, so they could have 10 kilowatt of solar, 10 kilowatt of wind.
We're not a very attractive location for wind anyway,
No,
so I think in aggregate probably is safe. Interpret it that way.
so that was it for A2. I don't know if you want to see if people have
Any
comments on that
testimony from the public
section.
regarding the A2 amendment? Which you recommend?
There are people that already have,
Say your name, please.
oh, I'm Marion Wilson from Rentsburg. And there are people that already have animals. The A2 revisions of the general ag stuff is calling for nutrient management for anything over 2 animals. So what happens to people that already have animals?
You're already under those plans if they're in A2.
I have a difficulty hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need to get louder and closer. We're talking ag districts now where animals have been around, it's been a farming district forever. And typically they're already under a nutrient management plan that they're farming. It's not a zoning requirement, it's a ag requirement at the state level.
Okay.
The reason we put that in the residential districts is that's where we went through a permitting process. The animals that would not normally be there. Back before we amended the ordinance.
Okay. Let's see.
Question on that. For individuals that have like a horse right now, that is 2 animal units. And given I can move around and rezone and what have you, but if a person has 2 horses right now, they gotta get a hold of the county and have a nutrient management.
No, not necessarily. I'm saying they're probably subject to some regulation though, but not by zoning. That's a matter of, if somebody had their 2 horses, fenced into a place on the bank of a creek and there was an issue, at some point, at the state level, that might be looked at, but we aren't going around looking for somebody to see if they have a nutrient management plan. No.
This change though does state that if they have 2 animal units or more, they need to have a manure management plan.
Well.
No matter what
it's-
property's on,
it's-
other than ag.
But it's not, this is reflecting what we already have written in the land and water.
I thought they just had to go see Emily.
Pardon?
I thought they just had to go to Emily and ask about it, not necessarily have a whole plan.
Right, but I mean, there's been people out, and I think what Duke is saying is that people already have 2 horses and they're an A2, and they were not required to go because they had those horses come in for it.
Well, even R3, there are people that have horses or whatever.
It would be, what we're talking about is permitting, now for new stuff, but in the ag districts, anybody doing any kind of farming has always been subject to some of this stuff. Whatever, I can't think of it right. If Dwayne was here, he would tell me the citation of the ordinance, but it's 501 or whatever it is.
I'm just trying to listen to Ms. Nelson know about.
Yeah.
If you're A2 and you have 2 horses, you should just be able to have 2 horses.
Yeah,
You shouldn't need to consult with someone. And this says that they must contact the Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management. That's what it says. And I think she's concerned about that, is what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Might be something we need to look at more carefully, but it's the land use does not do the manure management. That language originates from the policy of the recently adopted manure management in chapter 18. And if it's overly, so that's a question we should maybe pose to how do we regulate this? I know that talking to Emily about this, so like it's just a consultation type of thing when you're talking those low numbers. And so maybe what we have to do is just not say that you have to do it for 2 animal units unless you're going through a permitting process.
Yeah, maybe raise the animal units or something. I mean, I walk through a lot of people's yards and I see more dog poop than that in the
Oh,
yard.
yeah.
So,
I know what you're saying. I mean,
okay.
I see the point of, I think it's not interpreting it with the intent, but I get it.
Yep.
So let's do though,
Sure.
is recognize it's not really part of this ordinance, other than the reference to chapter
Yeah.
18. And if we need to clean up a little bit on chapter 18, we can start
Yeah.
that.
Just listening to Ms. Nelson, I'm just
Yeah, I
want to make sure we address
I
it.
had never thought of it before in that context, right?
Yep.
I think that we put a lot of, back when we were developing the manure management numbers, I think they were trying to reflect what they had triggered us to do in RRs, but not necessarily in ag, where the implication is you've got, there is no manure management required, you've got adequate pasture of so many acres per animal. And if you're at 2 horses at A2, you probably don't need it.
Yeah.
Already are exempted.
Right.
But let's make sure that's what is the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way this is worded, it is a requirement. That they must contact, and it should, in my mind, they shouldn't At the most, anything, worse than A2.
Yeah, we'll look at that reference. Maybe we should just change it from they must contact to say they're subject to manure management ordinance. Because there's an exemption for that already there. So we'll look into that a little bit, okay?
And I will say that I know the couple CUPs we had a few months ago. For various horse activities, Emily they talked to Emily. It was, there was no permit required, it was just a consultation, hey, what are you doing with your manure? Are you spreading it, where are you doing it? That was what the extent of that conversation was.
Or how the reference should read than anything,
Yeah.
right? It should be it is necessary to verify you don't need a manure management plan, something to that effect.
I mean, ultimately, what we're trying to do is trying to just get people talking to make sure things are not gonna pollute the environment. Cause if they're having their animals, and manure piled right next to their well, that's not smart, but some people, that's why we have rules, right? Some people aren't smart.
After we started in a lower, higher density district, the manure pile can't be on the lot line next to the neighbor, right? Not a lot different than the concerns with the readability. Gotta avoid those conflicts. That's where it originated, and it might be overly broad the way it's worded right now. So we'll see if we can tune that up.
Sounds good.
There's a lot of people that have a few animals around for self-sufficiency. They have maybe some goats for milk and meat. They have beef cows and they have some acreage. They don't even think about needing a manure management plan or.
Maybe they should. But the point about this is the A2 district has not ever been an issue. We allowed that to happen in the RR districts, so people would have that ability to do it, which they currently don't have. That situation is where they need, because they're in lower size parcels and higher density areas, they need to be more aware of it there. But in A2, it is not really an issue. Because we have always allowed agriculture in A2, but if somebody runs amok of what's proper in their manure, there's recourse already out there in state codes and laws to take care of it. So
in other words, what I'm hearing is we should probably look into that language to see if there's a different number that chapter 18 or state law kicks in, and either cite that number or just make it be follow chapter 18.
yeah, make it not so specific, because we're creating an absolute number of 2. Whereas chapter 18 already should have the language to absorb that where it's necessary for 2. And if you've got pasture and your animals are dispersed, you're gonna be exempt anyway. And you need, that's kind of the point. The more concentrated the animals are, the more concentrated the people are, the more of an issue that they have.
Yep.
And we're trying to get away from that, but still let people do this to the extent we can.
And to your point, that sounds reasonable, but the way it's written, it gives people concern.
We'll
So-
get that fixed.
Yep.
Well, why don't we just strike the line that says once over 2 animal units, the owner must contact Burnett County Conservation staff to discuss manure management, just strike it.
Okay.
And then it'll just say, see other requirements as listed in chapter 18, the Burnett County ordinance. Cause that's where citing, manure management, all that stuff is,
Probably doesn't belong to the 2.
in A2 at least,
Or
yes,
anything else.
yeah. I don't know, do you wanna keep that language though in the RR 1, 2, and
Yeah.
3s? Cause those are the tiny lots
And those
where
are
people
the-
are next to each
the
other.
Small lots and where we haven't had the precedence for allowing that.
Yeah.
So we need to have it there because it's the most concentrated.
Mhm.
But in the A district, we probably don't, because we already cite chapter 18. And we can look at striking it and using the ag reference in the big RR lots.
Yep, so that's what I was just gonna ask, the RR 4, 5s, and 6s. We should maybe remove that sentence as well.
But in the RR one, I think you almost need it
So they're not putting it on their name.
In the small outdoor lots, in the 20 acre,
Once you're 10 or larger,
under larger than that,
because 10 acre residential is, we allow ag, A2 is 10 acre ag. And we don't have that requirement now in A2.
I think we make it consistent based on acres, which is pragmatic, rather than on zoning district, which is going to create the issue.
What about out in the country for people that are, got farmland surrounding them? And they have animals,
Well, it depends on.
and they got like 5 acres.
You might have a 5 acre non-conforming lot size, but still A2, but still it's not.
Yeah, but would they still have to go follow that premier management plan and stuff on a smaller lot, but it's all ag land around them?
You wouldn't notice it, I don't think, because we're really in the district.
If they're zoned ag, then no.
It's a non-conforming anymore, it would be.
So what if it's, I don't know, what if it's an RR lot? But it's, they're in, got ag land around them.
It's an RR lot, the RR lot, but it shouldn't be really very often isolated RR lot.
Right.
And that's a rare thing. But it depends on, again, a 1 acre RR lot in the mix, because it could be grandfathered in from feeding the kids for a house or build a farm and the parents built a house on an acre, that happens. And it's pre-zoning and it's non-conforming. I think that's such a rare thing that I don't think we can try to regulate that.
You permit them to move to A2 for being an R3.
Pardon?
Would be
If they
permitted
wanted-
small lot being A2 versus R3 then at that point, or?
Well, you'd have to meet the provincial requirements, but you keep in mind, we have some flexibility there if it's a.
I think that's rezoning, they can't rezone because of the lot type, it's on ag, probably.
Right, now,
Yeah.
country, they got animals and.
Yeah, that's if they're already a small lot in the country and you have animals in their A, it's not gonna be an issue. But if it's been rezoned, then we gotta deal with what we got. Can't just say, well, never mind on that one. Because then we're inconsistent if we do that. So.
I have a question. I mean, not knowing all the language in chapter 18. Isn't that big of a deal to just, I mean, if you have animals, then you have to make a phone call and just say, hey, am I doing it right? I mean, that's all we're asking them to do. Is that a big deal? Because we want people to manage it properly.
But I think the point is in the ag districts, we're theoretically adding something we never had before. And I think that's what you're concerned about. So I think just reference to chapter 18 is enough. You don't need to go to 2 animal units. Anything further?
Solar installations are referenced in every category. And the limit is 1 solar installation. Now, a lot of people have pole sheds and they have workshops and things where they're doing, heating. Is there a specific reason why there's a limit to 1 installation on a rooftop? If you aren't changing the angle of the rooftop or doing anything, and you're not taking up any more land space, what's the difference if they have 1 on the house and 1 on their workshop?
I mean, I think we talked about numbers.
It does say this can include 1 ground or roof mounted solar system up to 10 kilowatt in size. I don't know, I mean, that's kind of like animal units, what number do you want to put? Cause if I all of a sudden go, well, I'm gonna put up 30 10 kilowatt units and start selling power to everybody in the neighborhood, I'm essentially a solar farm. So I mean,
Well, if we just put, limited, stuck with it, the 10 kilowatt as the permitted use. And just put, regardless of how you do it. And then put more than 10 kilowatts would be a conditional use.
so up to 10 kilowatts per parcel is how you'd want to actually say it then,
As a permitted use.
as a permitted
And then
use.
more than that, even if we didn't provide it as a conditional use.
Yep.
Under the state law, it's pretty much you can have it anywhere.
Yep.
So we could just say, put a CUP provision for more than 10 kilowatts. And then that would be a reasonable way.
What's average house run for kilowatts, you know? If the power goes out, what's it take, you know, for a generator to go run your house for a refrigerator, freezer, your furnace or air
Way-
conditioner?
Way less than 10 kilowatts.
Yeah. The-
Yeah,
That's a lot.
10 kilowatts is a lot of power. Yeah.
I think what we're talking about is what is, it's not so much how we do it. I think I kind of get that point. If you had two panels, but you don't total 10 kilowatts because you had two separate structures, fine. But if you are going to go more than 10, now you're getting big enough to need to account.
That's
for-
45 amps of power, that's a lot for a house, that's about 45 amps of power at 220 volts, that's quite a bit. Nobody uses that at their house continually.
What about a small farm? To kind of keep it from becoming a commercial entity, it isn't preventing it, it's just gonna review it. I mean, it kind of occurred to me that there might be at some point a need for some kind of community based, which right now in Wisconsin is not legal, but Duke can take care of that.
Well, you know, that
I wants to put more power up on themselves, you know? Sure, but it's a CUP to manage it, right?
You know, 45 amps at a household, I think this is fine. At a farm in A2, that number should be easily doubled without a conditional use permit on A2 or A. And as far as I'm concerned, solar and wind, these big farms that are going in these big ag field areas, they should no longer be zoned ag at all. I mean, if you generate commercial power and you have solar panels all over the place, everybody's gotta look at, that should be zoned commercial. They should be paying taxes on it as it's commercial, not subsidized by having lower taxes being ag land. And, but I'd like to see that in, as a separate zoning altogether. If we're gonna have big solar farms or big wind farms, that land should be zoned commercial. If it's used for commercial use, it's no longer ag at that point.
There's some discussion about that even as industrial, because of the
Right,
battery storage
right.
that might be required.
Yeah, and to Marianne's point, I know of a house right now in the area of Grand Spring that has at least 10 wind generating, electric generating units on it. So to have an overall number, and I'm sure it's zoned ag where it's at. I mean, you should probably double that number, because if you're gonna support a farm, you're gonna use 100 amps continuously when you're milking cows and doing different things, but yeah, the number he's got for residential sounds good to me. I mean, nobody here uses 45 amps continually at your house, unless you're welding and doing all kinds of stuff. So, Cubby and Granbury, as an example, one Cubby and Granbury uses about 126 amps continuously all the time to power everything they have. So I mean, make it the idea.
So what I could do is in the RR 1, 2, or 3. The language, the proposed was with a land use permit, this can include one ground or roof mounted solar system up to 10 kilowatt in size per parcel. We should just say with a land use permit up to 10 kilowatt in size per parcel. We move the one ground or one roof
Right.
mounted thing. So that would be in RR 1, 2, and 3. RR 4,
In the CUPs, though, then I think we should add in that district. Because again, we may have a parcel that's larger or whatever, and a CUP for more than 10 kilowatt, like we put in A2. Just to provide for it, just in case.
Oh, okay.
I think we should allow for it without a permit up to that size and ask for a cup to go beyond that. I mean,
That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Permitted use, yeah.
Yeah.
There should probably be a permit for setbacks and lot lines and whatnot.
Yeah.
But just the permitted use, and then the CUP for more than 10. And
sounds good.
kind of every.
Yep.
And the reason I did think about this a little bit, looking at, I didn't provide a CUP in those lower districts. But that's back to the potential community based or something that doesn't exist. Right now, you have to either be a utility or electric code. But to do it, when we're talking moving into that commercial size. But a small, unincorporated community. Hurdle, whatever, might want to do something like that, where they share it. And so I think it ought to be an option. Right? Down the road, that might become more and more necessary.
Okay, so then, so we got that cleaned up as a permitted use up to 10 kilowatt per parcel. In the RR 1, 2, and 3, in the same thing in the RR 1, 2, or 3, if they want to go over the 10 kilowatt per parcel, then it's a CUP. So we'll add that. So then the RR 4, 5, and 6 will change, again, that would stay at 10 kilowatt per parcel. Because again, that's a residential type district, that's not a heavy ag district.
With the permitted use.
Yep, with the permitted use.
And
What
then
about pre-existing units that are out there, they grandfathered in? You know, or
If they got permits now, they're permitted, yeah. But what we're just trying to do is update our ordinance to allow for what nobody even dreamed of in 1972 when this ordinance.
That's only if they're over the 10 kilowatt. They have it already and they're under the 10 kilowatt, then.
That is what it is. We haven't done it. But- Let's stay in permitted land use permit, general basic land use permit. We're not saying no permits required, because somebody's gonna put them on the lot line or some other thing, create a problem. It's just like any other structure we permit. We used to do it if it was, we based it on 100 square feet. Before we adopted these volume. But it's, you know, again, the structure permitted, or the structure is anything with form, shape, and utility. And we reserve the right to permit that stuff.
So basically to that question, I mean, if we're gonna allow a 10 kilowatt, 600 square feet. If it was done without a permit, stay in there that it must be so far from the property line as part of that, so they don't even have to come and. Because, we have to come in for too, when we've got land use staff that we're stretching already to the limit. The more we can put in this to allow people more personal freedom to do these things. And right at the end of where there already is a distance from the property line has to be, now we don't have to have staff to pay for to make sure they did it, because it's already there, and if a neighbor complains, he can find them.
It's just like anything else.
Yeah.
Like sheds and other structures, patios,
Mhm.
fire pits, all that stuff you do with permits. This is no different than that. I think it would be for all the people who have good faith came in and got a permit and we want them to be reimbursed their permit fees. No, it's a reasonable regulation. You have a relatively innocuous permit, permitted use, doesn't require public hearing. You do it online.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal.
Yep, just a difference of opinion. I like the personal freedom and follow the law, and you won't get fined, so.
Yeah, but it's like, why do we do sheds at 100 square feet? I can let you have them, no permit less. Washburn was 64 square feet. Everybody has a different view. But those are the kind of things that wind up on the lot line or across it or too close to the road right away, or all these other things that people don't know or don't consider. If everybody did it perfectly, we wouldn't need it. But there's too many chances for things to go off the rails. And this whole kind of maintains order in the universe a little bit.
Permits weren't required for solar systems until just a short time ago. And so is there some way to make grandfather provisions for pre-existing systems?
That's actually not correct, though. Anything that was a structure over 100 square feet in size needed a permit, and that's how it's always been applied. So we have places that have been getting solar permits for 10 years in the county, if it was over 100 square feet in size. Because the exemption was only stuff that was under 100 square feet in size.
Yeah, like satellite dish.
Yeah, and the exemption, the reason the 100 square feet, that's a number, but because we don't want to, permit dog houses and all these weird things that people can have that are really small. So there is a number, like Washburn is 64, meaning 8 by 8 is essentially what that is. Ours is 100, 10 by 10.
It's like when people first started to get satellite TV reception, it looked like the Starship Enterprise landed on the beach. They were 10 feet across. Then when DirecTV and that kind of stuff came along, it was exempted, even in the shoreline regulations. But I had a guy put a shiny aluminum satellite dish right on the beach of a lake in Minot. You could see it from everywhere. The phone rang right off the wall. people complaining about it, and it was not permitted that close to the water. So same kind of thing, that you gotta anticipate the weird ones that most people would never do, but still happens. So anyway, can we proceed? I think we got this one ironed out.
Error in, on page 10 or section 30-28, zoning map and district boundaries. On line 9, rec has a URL for the DNR maps. And that doesn't work. All it brings up is a error code 404. And there is no URL for this, for the zoning map. There's references to the zoning maps at line 6. And it references zoning map of Burnett County, Wisconsin. There was no link for that. Very inconvenient not to have a link for that. And it would have been really nice to have those 2 maps that are referenced included in the package, because it's goes on to state after the link for the DNR map, these maps are hereby adopted and made a part of this chapter. All notations, references, and other information shown upon the zoning and wetland maps shall be made as much a part of this chapter as if the matter and things set forth by said maps were fully described herein. The zoning maps are on display in the office of the zoning administrator. We have nothing to tie this all together. So it would be really good to have those maps up where we can see them. And of course, the link corrected and the link to the other map, please.
Page 10.
So I'll double check. So we weren't making any changes to that section of the code. So that's why I guess I didn't review
They might
that.
have changed website or.
Yeah, they obviously changed the URL. So I will double check that. I can put a link in there to the GIS website, which has all the zoning maps on it.
So I was gonna say is, I would never go back to the county GIS and not only look at the zoning maps, but wetlands and topography down to 1-foot contours and all kinds of stuff.
So I'll double check that URL, or I'll fix the URL for the wetland maps, and then I can add a link to the zoning GIS page.
GIS sometimes is a little tricky to look at, work on, but it's a really good product.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then, a comment, was made a few minutes ago that, like a machine shed can be built without a permit, for agricultural purposes. Was I correct in that?
Yep.
Okay,
It's in an ag district.
Yep.
For a
For
farm.
ag use in an ag district, you don't have to get permits for structures, correct?
okay,
So if I want to build a machine shed and I'm zoned to agricultural use, I don't need a permit for it.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, where is it going?
I
I
think
think the time is getting close to 8:05.
getting there, yeah, because that was A2 that we just went through. So now we're on page 22, A4.
Again, similar updates to the
Yep. So we changed the number from 250 to 500. We're gonna strike that sentence that says once over 2 animal units, owner must contact Burnett County Conservation Staff to discuss manure management. So we'll strike that sentence. Now, so we should go back and go and look at A2, because do we want to adjust the solar and ag districts to be a little bit higher than 10? Like you were thinking maybe 20 kilowatts for an egg type use.
Potentially exist to need more. Yeah.
So then so then back in section, let's see, that would be on page 19, line 16. Well, for one, we're gonna say that it's not just one per parcel, but it's gonna say, up to 20 kilowatts in size per parcel for A2. Oh, is there exclusive A have that in there too?
They had nothing.
Oh, okay.
There's some debate about exclusive aid with farmland preservation. You could have it or not if you're in farmland preservation. I don't remember the state level debate on that.
Yeah, exclusive A gets tricky with that farmland preservation, because that has a whole separate set of standards from state law.
And there was some, kind of like what Supervisor Tucker was mentioning about converting prime farmland into solar. I think that was a sticking point and why we didn't put it there until that issue is resolved.
No, that's a very big statewide issue right now. That's something we should be looking at. You know, we're the dairy state. I mean, if we're gonna get over for egg land and have it be solar or wind, it should become industrial. There shouldn't be a tax break for open competition like that, so.
I have a comment on solar. I'm on the Mobile County Trade Link. The Wisconsin Counties Association put out a slideshow presentation regarding wind and solar energy. Some of the bullet points from that presentation states counties are not permitted to make general policies applicable to all solar and wind systems. That would be like stipulating a one size, you're going up to 10 kilowatts and no more than one per parcel, is how it had been worded. That proposed change would appear to be in direct conflict with Wisconsin Counties Association pre-litigation and state statute, by stipulating the specifics on that. Counties may choose to enact policies to promote siting of renewable energy systems within their jurisdiction by enacting an ordinance related to trimming of vegetation that blocks solar energy from a collector surface or that blocks wind energy from energy system. Another point was counties with zoning may choose to grant permits for solar or wind access, for example, in order to preserve access to sunlight or wind. Another point, a county may not require an owner to obtain a permit prior to the installation of a solar or wind energy system, but rather it's for the benefit of the property owner and extends to the promotion of the solar and wind energy system, like referenced above. And then it says, importantly, Wisconsin statute 66.0401 explicitly limits the authority of a political subdivision to regulate wind and solar energy systems. So I think that we need to be very careful with moving forward with this language of wind and energy systems based on the state statute and the counties association presentation that was put out.
Yeah.
Do you know the date for when that presentation was?
It was January 25th of 2021.
Look through some of that, and I also pretty sure I sent to Jason a county ordinance that adopted solar regulations, kind of like this. And I think we're allowed to do a little on, but we can't prohibit them and we can't
restrict them too much. It kind of said like, it's kind of like livestock sighting. You can regulate a little on some elements of, setbacks from lot lines and a few things. But it's, my interpretation was that at least somebody else in the state has adopted a county level ordinance that would be sort of like this. But it did the, kind of like what we did, which was we put provisions for expansion, not hard caps. Triggers where we would want to look at, provide some input into the process. So
But requiring permitting, like back to Mr. Tucker's point, requiring the permitting, it seems to be a direct conflict.
I don't think so.
Well, we better look into that.
Short answer.
That's committee decision, so I just wanted to bring this up
Right,
because it's,
permitting is still permissible.
it's,
you know. It's
it
just-
says that it's explicitly limited.
And I don't disagree that we're very limited on how we can deal with it. That's true. And it's like, I don't like livestock sighting in that you can look at trying to participate in the process, but you aren't gonna be able to say, no, we don't want that here, which is what Webb Lake did. Right? And the only reason they didn't get overturned was that the Northwest Electric just couldn't fight them, waste time. They needed to supply power to Webb Lake. So it's still the mood they wanted to do that solar facility for.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
with the statute cited, is that something that we should have Corporation Council look at to make sure that we're not,
Before we adopt it,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I think, I'd like us to not just put up our hands and say the state says we can't do anything. They do that to us too much already,
Yep.
right? So I'd like us to be able to be inputting into the process of a large facility.
Yep.
I'd like us to kind of be sure we don't create problems with
Yeah.
small ones. But we're not gonna tell somebody they can't
Yeah.
have it,
Yeah, my point was on the big solar farm things, it's not so much solar or wind, it's the purpose of what it's being used for. Being used for industrial or commercial purposes, it should be zoned appropriately.
There's no doubt we're gonna continually demand more and more power.
Yep.
And we don't have coal here or oil or anything else, gas or anything else as a resource, but we have solar. We're actually in a pretty good place for solar in Burnett County. Surprisingly, not a very good place for wind. Based on assessments by consultants who look at this.
Rather than riddling it through chapter 30, maybe it needs to be a standalone regulation after some research is done. And if you're planning on moving forward with the proposed changes, the existing system should probably be grandfathered in, as the state statute explicitly limits the authority of the political subdivision regarding both solar and wind. And so there's,
Like we went through quite a bit of this with that public hearing on the Red Lake proposal and approved it because we looked at what we worked with the developer a little bit about where capacitors would be and a few things that might some distance from adjoining residential. It was forestry zone, which was the only place we could do it at that level before we made these amendments, right? Pretty clear.
that was a system the size that's regulated at the state level.
No,
No?
no, it was only like 2.5.
Smaller than the state. They did, yeah.
Way smaller, way under the state.
Yeah.
But the point was, is that even with that, even with that, if the county would have said, they told Northwest Electric, no, we don't want to do that, we would have been in violation. But we were allowed to participate and negotiate and address concerns of adjoining property owners that were nervous about it, but then again, the county of Red Lake had so much opposition, I still don't know why, to it, that they fought it to pass their own ordinance. But their own ordinance was never tested in court, and the dismissal was Northwest Electric agreed not to appeal it, just to get out of the litigation. Because it could have tied them up for a couple of years and it wouldn't have helped anybody, And again, we're going way off the subject here, but just so you understand, we know that. We also don't want to just say, well, they can do whatever they say. Because
gonna be, look at the lake, look at the conflict that created. You know, even though we went through a approval process to address the concerns of the town and of the property.
That was considerably larger than what we're talking about doing the 10 kilowatt,
Yeah, I don't,
considerably larger.
I think it was, I can't remember the volume, but it was like, if I'm gonna make up a number here, if the state level starts at 1,000, this would have been like 150. But it's really at the bottom end of the commercial size.
Okay, so I think we're still on A4. We were gonna get rid of that 2 animal unit manure management language, page 22. Line 23, where we're gonna change the 10 kilowatt to 20 kilowatt for the egg district. Other thing, we took the 250 out, went to the 500 animal units.
That's another spot where had a little statement about more than 250 requires compliance in section
Oh.
18.
At chapter 18. Page 23, added the word non-metallic on quarrying. Page 24. So this is under CUP requirements, remove the 250 animal units. And then the solar and wind, we would change that number to be greater than 20 kilowatts. Page 25, there was nothing. Hey, finally, A5, page 26. So the A5 district, that is a new district that is proposed essentially. The best way to kind of explain it is, so right now, exclusive ag is like a 35 acre minimum lot size. If you want to, and exclusive ag also says that the parcel can only be used for an operator of the farm or children or parent of the farm. So it has these kind of weird stipulations on who can build dwellings on that parcel. A5, it was kind of a request from a township that essentially is looking to have a little bit more flexibility for people to build residences without having to go down to an A2 district, because that's typically how it would work now. If you're zoned exclusive ag, that's a 35 acre minimum lot size. If somebody wants to build some houses or a house on that property, you would typically rezone it down to A2. Well, that all of a sudden allows every 40 to be chopped into 4 parcels. Some townships don't want that much of their land to be split up, but they want a little bit more flexibility of having this A5 would allow essentially a rezone to that district would allow a non-farmer to build a house, essentially. Whereas exclusive ag doesn't allow that right now. So that's kind of the purpose of that district.
I have one question. I see there's a hand raised, and I think that might be Dwayne from the town. I think that's it.
That is me. Yes, thank you.
Asset 4142.
That is me, Jason.
What I was thinking.
So I don't know if you want to explain or if you heard what I explained. I don't know.
Yeah, Dwayne, if you want to run by, this is kind of something you and I talked about quite a while ago. Finally bring this in.
Yes, I wanted to start by thanking the committee as well as Jason's department and Jason himself for all the hard work that was put in on this. And I did talk to Chairman Conroy about this a year or two back, and our township has been mulling this over for a while. And so Jason attended our annual meeting last year, and so he was there to witness. There was about a 75% show of support for this sort of a zoning district of the people attending that night. Obviously, it wasn't the whole township or anything like that, but of the people attending that evening, it was a strong show of support for this. And I just wanted to go on and say that I myself support this very strongly. And thank you again for allowing me to be a part of it.
So that was comments on the new A5. Is there anyone else who want to make a comment? This poor gentleman has suffered through this.
Yeah, James Burning from Town of Dewey. I'd like to make a comment with your solar panel from calling it commercial. I think you need a flock of sheep underneath there to keep the weeds and grass. That a boy. Little commercial, you know, I remember. Sure. Two things. Actually, I was against this before, and I was town chairman when we did all that exclusive ags. So then I had it for a long time. It's mostly agriculture out in the township. And I realize the changing of things is gonna be more divided up and all that. But I think you wanna keep agricultural land and agriculture. You wind up and, you fence up a field, 10 acres, 40 acres, put a couple animals in there. That's agricultural land. It's 10 times cheaper than your forest land right now for tax purposes. And I just, anyway, that's one thing. That was one of our reasons that we wound up and did that. Put everything in exclusive ag as much as we could, because the legislature just passed that back then, I think it was back in the 80s, something like that. But the second thing is, you look at section 35 in the town of Dewey, there's 80 acres that was all divided up into about 26 different strips. They were all 1 mile in length, and they were some of them as narrow as 3 rods. What are you going to do with that? Something 50 feet wide, 1/4 mile long. How are you going to do anything with it? For the last 35 years, Stuart Olson was trying to put that all back together and buying up every strip that he could. And most of them come back as tax delinquent, so he buys it then. But I think I want to know what happens to A4, because we've got a couple of parcels out there, A4 right now. You eliminate them, do you make them over to A5, or where do you go?
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, there'd be no need to change them, because A4 still exists. So those districts,
Stay there.
they would stay there, and so it'd either be the town redoing their whole entire zoning map for the whole township, or a citizen coming in and wanting to rezone their land to this new A5 district.
Now, my second question is, how are you going to enforce this in a way? How have you been enforcing things? I think there's kind of a lack of enforcement along the whole system in a way. Anyway. I'll let
It's a
you
good discussion for
let
some
you
other day.
discuss it all.
And true, and this one was to try to, you've had some people rezone to A2 in the town. And this is to provide an alternative to that, that's more ag than A2 is.
Yeah.
This is pretty much like A, except for not restricted as much from who owns it.
I think this A5 is a good thing for the future, what it is, yes.
This will help reduce the A2 stuff.
Yeah.
That is more problematic.
It's a compromise. I think.
Kind of, yeah, good point.
Whatever, I'll let you guys discuss it all.
Okay, do we have any other comments on A5?
If you look at line 16 on page 26, it references a maximum of 500 animal units. And on page 27, line 17, it says for farms with more than 250 animal units. Is there a typo or something there that?
Might be that thing I talked about. We talk 250 animal units is
Correct.
the bottom number. I mean, the number that you're, I can't talk anymore, Ramona, forgive
It
me.
looks a little confusing.
It's,
That's why I was bringing it up.
That's what I was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
that we need to say it the same in both places.
Yes.
It is, you can have up to 500 animal units, but the chapter 18 kicks in at 250.
Correct.
And that just needs to be clarified. And
I caught that earlier where I was concerned someone would only read down to 500 and not realize they needed to be going through the citing ordinance.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make sure it's consistent.
Okay,
We have a,
so again, this should be one where I should
we should insert
line,
solar in here.
line 18 on page 26, I should remove that. Once over 2 animal units must contact conservation staff.
In reference 18.
And then reference 18.
Yeah, it's down there.
And then this one, I should change that line 26, change that solar to 20 kilowatt.
Line 18 is where that insertion of, 250 more.
Yep, reference the 250
Chapter
citing
18.
kicks in, yep, see chapter 18, yep. And then. So then on page 28, line 7, I have to change that solar to 20. Instead of 10, for the CUP kicking in.
Right.
I think that should be it for that section, right? Let's see, 28, we finished that. Page 29. So this is in the commercial district now. Added the solar, this is where I put in the well, we should change this because it says 1 ground or roof mounted, so we should get rid of that language, but it should say with a land use permit. Solar systems up to 100 kilowatts in size per parcel. 100 kilowatts is big.
Big.
Yep. I think when I did the math on that, it's about 6,000 square feet, so about 1/3 of an acre of solar panels if you did it like on the ground or something, so pretty big. Lines 22 and 26, this is for our adult interested people. Added the RR 456 and A5s to that section, got rid of A3 because A3 got removed a while ago. So added that. Page 30, it was just a renumbering of the division. Page 31, line 9, added the word non-metallic after quarrying. Line 18, a renumbering issue. So this is line 33 here.
Yeah, I have a question, just
Yep.
popped into my head like this. It's, adult theme, does that mean a bar or a tavern?
No.
I was hoping that was your answer.
No.
Well, that was something that had to be figured out, way to freeze. Yeah, 33 is again, convert back to just a straight 10 kilowatt, I think.
Well, do we want to do 10 or
20 and close to it.
20? Because this would be a 20-acre parcel.
I mean,
We could do 20.
20 is no reason really to.
Yeah.
cap Too small.
So that would be 20, and then we'll get rid of that 1 ground or roof mounted. Page 32, lines 3 and 4, that's the short-term rental. We added the language, contact the township to see if they have any requirements. Line 9. This is where we kind of got into the Webb Lake solar issue. Gonna strike the word plant, so the section will say dams for the production of electric power in flowage areas. Again, this is a forestry district. That's what most of our dams are currently in, the forestry districts, I believe, if I kind of think about the various dams in the county.
Danbury, and
yeah,
south of F,
yeah,
west of F, whatever. For sure that's,
yeah,
not sure about Danbury to tell you.
yeah,
I think so. I think that's because that's what we have, the language we have.
yeah. Lines 10 through 16, so the language there, or the changes there, that's, fixing it to, from a Muni code update error. So when they updated Muni code, when we went through and did all the campground changes, they got they put the wrong language in that section.
This is just putting back to what we had actually adopted.
Correct. Yeah. Let's see here, line 33, we're gonna get rid of that once over 2 animal units, the owner must contact conservation staff to discuss manure management. Line 36, we would change that to be 20 kilowatts. Page 33, this is a new district, so this is essentially, right now you have F1, that's a 20-acre forestry. This would be F2, which would be a 38-acre, 40-acre forestry essentially. So I pretty much copied the language from F1 and put it in here. But then, so line 16, I would need to change that again to get rid of the 1 ground or roof mounted and change that number to 20. Next page, lines 14, I would need to, oh, let's back up. Line 11, I need to take out the once over 2 animal units must contact Burnett County Conservation to discuss manure management. Line 14, I would need to change that to 20 kilowatts.
Jason, line 1,
Yep,
without plants. If you want dams.
oh. Yes, I should change that word from plants to dams. What do we have in F1? That language.
Like, you got it right on this one. You got it right in that one on, line 9, page 32.
Oh,
Line 15 on mine, but you got plants crossed out and dams in there in line 15.
Yeah.
That's because those plants were hydroelectric. There was always somebody who had to live there to watch the dam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So 30, page 35. We're gonna get rid of that once over 2 animal units, contact Burnett County Conservation Staff to discuss manure management. Struck the word plants after dams there, added the word non-metallic under the quarrying section. Page 36, nothing. 37 was just a renumbering. Page 38. So this is farmland preservation. Since we're adding some new districts, the A5 and the F2, adding those to the farmland preservation areas to kind of match, because we already had A2, A4, and then we already had F1 as a forest. F1 is a eligible farmland preservation district, so adding F2. The blue note in there, I wasn't gonna put in the ordinance, but maybe I could as a note, just for clarity. We would just have to change that though note if a different town somehow got involved in it. But those are currently the towns that are part of the farmland preservation and which ones are not.
We could do one of those notes into like an appendix that would have to be amended. This would be updated.
I could see about that.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Just a thought. So that it didn't require an actual amendment to add a town. Go ahead.
Once these changes have been approved, can they be sent to the municipalities with the whatever maps and anything so that the towns can update their comprehensive plans of whatever the zoning districts would be for that are available for counties?
Yeah, we'll put something out there, maybe we'll try to get it over to the town association. Thank
you.
Page 39 was just a renumbering issue, same thing, page 40, renumbering, 41, renumbering. So this is the kind of table that where we discussed way at the beginning of this process, where we has the areas and different things listed in here. We do have to add those new RR 4, 5, 6, A5, F2 to the table. So those are those blue notes that I have down there. I didn't actually modify the table yet.
Put the table of dimension.
Yep.
We could probably get away with putting a little note in the other section, that said see table, whatever. You know,
Yeah, we could do something like that.
when we get it done.
Yeah.
I still kind of like having the acreages up there with the district designations.
But
To me, that's,
makes it clean.
yeah, it's
I
clear.
can, I mean, it's,
Either way, would work.
I can leave them on that page, what is that? Page 9?
Doesn't take that much extra ink.
No,
Yeah, I was just talking about redundancy before, so why not? right?
yeah,
It's always better to say it twice and not enough.
okay, so I'll just leave those in there. On page 9 and 10.
Thank you.
Nothing on page 43, page 44 was just a renumbering. Nothing on 45, 46, 47, 48. That was, so that's it. Now, you did get some letters that are part of your packet, Town of Grantsburg, I think Ramona addressed most of those or all the concerns you might have had. Or Trade Lakes, sorry. Letter from Grantsburg, as well, was in your packet. I don't know if Marion covered that items.
Pretty much, I think.
In that letter from Tony Grantsburg, they did mention a couple of things regarding, there's wording in here about if you're replacing your windows or fixing the siding on your house, that you need a permit. They were concerned about that, the town chairman told me they were concerned about that wording. Was that in the letter?
I don't remember that in the letter, but ordinary maintenance.
I didn't see it in the letter either.
Yeah, we don't require permits for anything that's considered a maintenance item.
Maybe we should look through that in here because I think it says we do. And maybe I read it wrong, but.
No, I don't think so, it's like windows and roofing and siding. I did all that stuff recently.
Yeah, well, let's look through it here because I took note of when I was told that. Yeah, page 4. Yeah, development as far as the definition on page 4. Stating that, means any artificial change to improved or unimproved real estate, including but not limited to the construction of buildings, structures, blah, 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 the repair of any damaged structure, improvement or renovation of any structure. And somewhere else in the document, if it says you need a permit to, make changes to a development, and that's by definition, it's maintenance.
Well, then on page 6, there's line 14, it talks about maintenance and repairs.
Okay.
Interior modeling, painting, decorating, plumbing, insulation, windows, doors, wiring, siding, roofing,
But there's no permit required by this for doing any of that stuff.
Correct, that's how it's always, that's how it's always been applied. That's how it's always been done. So there's gotta be something else somewhere in here that also says that a permit's not needed for
Well,
that.
that sounds really good. The other concern brought up by the town chairman, when I talked to them, was, the definition of looks like a salvage yard. They want that tightened up a little bit. They specifically wanted it to be a salvage yard, meaning it's a commercial business where the intent is to gain profit from it. Not so much if you just have rags or scrap metal around or whatever it says here. It's on page 7 of the handout. They'd like that tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, that's ultimately gonna have to be your guys' decision on how you want that definition
I don't know
to
how you
be.
would, how you would measure somebody's profit.
Well, I think that's the issue they're talking about is it so wide open that if an individual has any of this stuff in their property, whether they're open for business or not, you could pretty much go and say, look, I don't like that you've got an old junky wheelbarrow in front of your house. You're a salvage yard, we're gonna fine you. And I think that's the part that wants to be cleaned up. It's just wide open so that enforcement action can be taken against the property owner for any of these things because it meets the definition of a salvage yard. So I mean, I get it. I mean, we don't want junk all over the place, but I think we need to tighten that up. There's a lot of concern regarding that.
I haven't, the first I've ever heard of it, but, yes, I guess it's a case of in the eye of the beholder, you know.
That's why they want clarification.
It was a definition of how many cars that are clearly not usable, somebody could have. Been an issue for years, you know, truthfully, hard to define.
If I remember Flanagan telling me stories of past zoning, so I wasn't here, so I don't know if it's true. Right, I can't verify it, but I think he said long ago, they tried to get some sort of cap on the number of like unregistered vehicles. And I think a lot of the farming community got concerned about that because they have a lot of items that necessarily are not licensed or, you know, off-road use only. So, you know, do you want to look at in certain districts, you put caps on things? Cause I mean, I got a call yesterday about somebody complaining that the neighbor has 3 cars in their yard. That person saying, I can't sell my house because their people will not buy it because there's 3 smashed up cars in the yard next to me. So I mean, those are the type of calls I get. So I don't know how we come up with a definition or something that can
I think
cover that type of
I think
stuff.
the language that we used to use in Washburn was unlicensed salvage vehicles. You know, if there was something that was subject to repair and it's licensed yet, and you haven't taken it in,
I
that's
guess as an
okay.
example, I like to use myself for an example. If I was to say, wasn't ag and I wanted to build a little machine shed. The way things are now is I need to open up my property inspection. I'll tell you flat out, I have parts cars. I'll buy my shed. I restore old cars. I'm not gonna put them inside of a building. This is a finable offense. I could go to any one person's house and find something that meets this criterion. I mean, it's very, very vague, and for me to have a hobby out in the middle of the woods and it doesn't meet the county's definition, I think it needs to be cleaned up.
But I would look beyond vehicles or licensed or
Right.
not and say, I repair washers and dryers and refrigerators and my whole yard's full of them. And it looks like, you know what?
You're doing it
That's
for money
okay?
then. You're doing it for money then.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not doing it for money. I just like to collect stuff.
Well,
At what point do we have the right to go in and say, come on, you gotta clean this up a little bit?
right. No, I agree.
That's the hard part about the
But even
definition.
if it's not a business, if you ever sell it,
Yeah.
and is it for profit?
Well, you need a definition though. I mean, it's very clear, but if there was some personal problem involved, if you've got a vehicle or a tractor or something that somebody doesn't like the county, it shouldn't be able to use as leverage.
I think we got it to a certain extent, rely on common sense discretion by the people who have to deal with the rules, you know? mean, like, you're talking about collecting some old, clearly restorable, vehicles neatly managed is one thing, and cracking open transmissions and radiators and gas tanks in the yard is a different thing, right?
Oh, absolutely, but what I'm saying is it's wide open, I'd like it tightened up.
Just to make sure that it's clear, there's a companion state statute. And it's the companion state statute that allows for any cleanup and anything like that. So to the extent that our definitions get cleared up, that we tighten up and things like that, there's still the state portion that affects everything.
What does that say as far as?
I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, the definition of, there's a few minor tweaks to our language versus the state language. But it references refuse, it references, storage of vehicles that are not in repairable or running or something like that condition. So it's substantially similar to what we have, but there are nuances and differences.
Sure.
Both, each side, one is more restricted in some way.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Can I make a suggestion on this?
Sure.
If we look into this one, I mean, this is not in our list of stuff we're doing today. As far as one of the amendments we proposed. And let's look at it. What I was gonna ask next was, would you want to move this now, or should we do these changes we made? And look at this again next month and review what we changed.
We've made a lot of suggestions and changes. It says pen's been on fire over there with all the stuff we've been writing down to get it cleaned up and then go through it again.
Yeah.
And
then we'll ask, we're gonna put a burden on Stephanie.
yeah,
We'll ask her to be able to give us some guidance maybe and look how much can we change that? And then secondly, I'd like her to look at to what extent can we regulate solar? You know, because just because I think we can doesn't necessarily mean we can to the extent we are. But I'd like to get some, I think we can, based on what we've done one other time, okay? So let's look at those two things before we take this to the show on the road to county board. That makes sense?
Well, I like the idea also of having this
cleaned up. And then give the towns an opportunity to review the revised version and then maybe
the
entertain
yard thing
more
is an enforcement. It comes from an enforcement angle. And to me, maybe it's and I don't like ordinances, regulations on top of regulations, but if there is a salvage yard or a junky property be cleaned up, I think there should be 2 layers to that. Maybe the town board needs to authorize or say, yeah, we need enforcement actually done there. Because, they are town supervisors. A lot of times there's only 3 on the board there. They are closest to people. They are elected by the people that have to deal with these issues. Maybe before we take enforcement action, the township should sign off on it because that is wide open. Absolutely wide open.
Our resources are so limited in these sort of things. We don't have the ability to go chase around every theoretical salvage.
I'll get real quick. I will say, so I have a township where one of the supervisors complains about stuff and the other ones don't.
Yeah.
So how would I handle that?
They gotta vote on it.
Oh, okay, cause that's what I'm curious, cause they're all 3 are elected and represent their constituents.
If there's a resident of any sort that has a complaint on junky property, they've been dealing it for quite some time.
Mhm.
It has to go through an agenda item and be voted on, and then the residents can say, well, they don't like how he voted, we're gonna vote him out.
Mhm.
I mean, this is junk stuff, been around forever.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I could name a place that has junk right out into the road right away. We don't do anything about it. But yet we have people that might have a car or 2 and they get a daily fine because they get a car sitting out back that they would like to work on sometimes. I mean, we just need some tightening up on it. But I agree with what Randy said, we can't jump in over.
Something here.
Our county, especially the town of Trade Lake, does have a farming community. And part of your definition of salvage yard has to do with machinery. And how many
farms around our county have, you know, wagons and, you know, things like that, combines that they're using to repair their other stuff. They're not using it to fix and sell and at the true definition of salvage, they're using it for their own personal use. At what point do we relieve some of the burden on Jason of the vagueness of this and also help the farmers so that it's not as burdensome to them as well? So I appreciate that.
I almost think if you could maybe say something like, you know, right now we have uses that are allowed in various districts. If you were to say, you know, ag gets some more exemptions versus if you're in an RR 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, the standard is gonna be, or the bar is gonna be pretty high that your place needs to be pretty decent looking.
And the thing to keep in mind too is this is just a tip of the iceberg on some amendments. This time we're going through this far.
Right.
And there's more things to do, but I think that's a work in progress to get that so we're happy with it. But we don't want to rush into that.
I like Jason's comments. I mean, it's apparent he wants to do exactly what the board asked him to do, but we gotta give him clear guidelines and maybe that's a good solution. So.
I think this is mainly up to the townships. Don't open up a can of worms to go to the county board. That's what I think.
Well, when I was talking about county board, it's just this zoning amendments.
Well, this here,
Salvage.
junk cars and that stuff. We've got a farm out there that's got 20 acres of junk machinery. It's up to the town board.
One of my uncles has 300 feet of stuff between A and the barn back in the day. And it was like, was antique farm machinery, but he never threw anything away, he just parked it and modernized, right?
All that stuff you can't go buy parts for.
Oh, no, I'm talking pulled by horses level, you know, but yeah.
I think the issue though with the township doing it is, I hear from a lot of townships that say they have no money, no staff, no resources to do this. They rely on the county to do that because we have on-staff attorney, you know, on-staff people that can go after these things.
Any resident has a valid complaint, they're gonna go to the town board and say, look, my neighbors suck, they got garbage all over the place and everything else, and then they can contact you and say, hey,
Yeah, because then usually the town then will contact the county. The town will usually say, we don't have the staff resources to go after it. County, can you do it?
We didn't want to see a lot of junk.
Okay, well, let's.
Go back to how the voting started.
I'm gonna entertain a motion at this point to update with our comments. Update with our comments. Bring it back to us next month for consideration of the final form and work on those other two things, solar and salvage yard issues. Solar we need to have ready to take next month, but the other one we may have to do that as a separate amendment. We can do that. Go ahead.
Before we get done, I'd just like to make two quick, easy things. One is page 9 in that table. Exclusive ag, I would like to recommend we call that A-1, not just A.
I like that idea.
It's with the other ones, and it looks funny when you title it A exclusive. Sounds like we don't know English. And on page 11, just one minor thing on the bottom. Item number 5, mini storage rental buildings. It says allowed by conditional use permit in RR2 and RR3 districts only. That's not really true. It's for those three.
You should add them to the other big districts.
They are. So they are in the other districts, but the word only is not, because storage buildings are in commercial, they're in industrial. So if you read that one way, it makes sense. If you read it another way, it doesn't make sense.
Update that, that's all.
So just those two quick things.
Good catch, we would have missed that.
Good luck to Jason.
I'm surprised Brent didn't see that.
That's why I listen to the audio afterwards to make sure I go through it. I'll make, huh?
Now I feel really bad for you.
Yep.
So you gotta listen to this twice. I got
More than twice, probably.
This was gonna happen in a period when we weren't very busy, didn't have other stuff to do, but that didn't work out.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so you heard somebody want to make that motion that I just said?
I will make a motion to approve TXT 2501.
Well, no, I think your motion wants to be basically direct me to make the changes
Make
and
those
bring it
changes.
back for next month.
Send it out to the townships.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Second on that motion? That's my supervisor Anderson. Any further discussion on that motion?
The motion is just a redrafting of what we have here. So, okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
And then we're gonna have Stephanie look at the solar stuff and then look into the other one too, with a slightly less urgency on that because it's not part of this package yet. Okay. Okay. This does not need a roll call vote, I don't think. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carried. Oh. We have much to do for our report.
I mean, they're in there. You guys all want to get out of here, I'm sure. So if you have any questions, let me know.
We take that
I
as
do have to have you guys sign this rezone resolution. That one that was
Duly
earlier.
noted that we all will read.
Yes.
Staff reports.
Wouldn't miss it.
And future agenda items will be salvage yard discussion. Yes.
Yeah, they're doing this document again.
That's what I said. This is.
This is that rezone
Okay.
for earlier.
Separate from that.
Yeah, the salvage is gonna
Holding
be
it separate just
discussion.
because it's not part of the stuff we put out there until today. So-
And that could be
Make it separate, but you can.
it could be a lengthy discussion too.
Next meeting, May 26th, and I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Do you want, real quick, do you want enforcement on for next month?
Yeah, we could start that, I think. We have the kind of a rough draft that Randy got going for us. So we will circulate that and start that, but that will not be necessarily completed.
Yeah, I think it's just to start trying to get the discussion going.
There's a few things I'd like to change to the basic document, and then we'll maybe go from there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to have some discussion and knowing it's gonna take a couple iterations.
Because this is gonna take quite a while to go through all this again, so let's try to not make it an all these assessment. With that, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved, second.
Second.
Motion
Go
by
vote.
Supervisor Anderson, second by Supervisor Fernandez. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
I think I'm gonna miss it.
I think you're gonna miss Rotary, yeah. It started in June.
There's a lot of stuff to deal with, you know. Better to get it done and then carry on. Or to try
Bring
to
this back to the office over there.